Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, February the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rule. Of your trading rule. Should have trading rules. Trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen, please. Yes. Thank you, William. Lots happening this morning. Going to be interesting to see that we've had another little bounce this morning, of course, after that massive recovery yesterday. And we're gapping up just a little bit. Remains to be seen. This could turn into the reverse of yesterday. We don't know. I mean, the market has not gapped up as much, of course, as it gapped down yesterday, but we'll have to wait and see if this little gap can hold. Otherwise, if it doesn't, we might be looking at a lot of topping plays and shorting them. Lots happening though this morning, so let's take a look. So yes, Foot Locker, another disaster for it. Foot Locker earnings release. Down 24%. It's not a super high float either. I mean, it's 86 million. It's not crazy low, but it's not really high. Looking at this chart here, the monthly chart, so we're at 3140. There's a low there at 2969. So I mean, I guess it's got still some room, but you obviously have to watch Foot Locker to see what happens. Love to see a little base and then maybe move down off it. KIR. Yeah, this is sort of an interesting one. They've sold, I don't know what portion of their business, to Carvana, $2.2 billion. So right now this is an all-time high. So I actually don't know what remains of this company. And just looking at Carvana, CVNA, market is not punishing them for that. So Carvana is up on that news from KAR. Boy, we've got a lot of stocks nearing all-time lows. Fetch, FTCH. This is not exactly one. It's 20%. I'm sorry, a few other ones. But this is a gap up. Gap up on earnings. FTCH, gap up on earnings. Could be coming into quite a big resistance area around that 20 mark. Now, we've got a ton of Russian stocks, of course, bouncing. Can't name them all, but there's Yandex, YNDX, HHR from yesterday. No point going over them all, but I mean, there's a lot of Russia stocks right now bouncing. Again, remains to be seen how much more this bounce will continue. LPSN, another earnings play. This is the one I was talking about. LPSN. Excuse me, almost at an all-time low. LPSN, earnings play, almost at an all-time low. Beyond Meat, my goodness. I remember who it was. And now there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. As Roberto pointed out, there were only about 1,600 when I looked. So those shorts have been snapped up, but almost an all-time low for Beyond Meat. I remember when this opened and I was... I can't remember who it used to be in the room all the time, and we were looking at this IPO. We're hoping it would come out around 25. That was the suggested, and I think it opened at 45, and we said it's too expensive. Of course, the few months afterwards, it got all the way up to 238. But look at it now, almost an all-time low. Yeah, PGRE is a funny one, real. It's kind of I don't know if it's a buyout exactly. BVK and Paramount JV acquires shareholder. I'm trying to read this news. Paramount share rises on JV real estate buy. So that is PGRE. Yeah, and CNK earnings. You have to keep an eye on AMC today now too. See if it gets tugged along. CNK earnings play. Nice gap up for it above that 200-day moving average. So that could be significant. Take a look at AMC. Is it being tugged along? A little bit. Not much. Really not that much at all. A couple cinnamon plays, of course. Rocket, RKT. It's been just hammered over the last few weeks, as a lot of stocks have. A little bit of a surge today on earnings. Okay, released earnings after hours. Not a big deal after hours. A little more of a deal this morning, but again, I think these ones have been hammered. A little glimmer of hope for some who may hold. I just don't see these things holding. Another Russia stock, or Russia related, I guess we'll call it, OZON. Another one had a big pop at the end of the day. And OZON, and now that is coming into the next high looking left is, wow, 1733. So there is a lot of room for this one if it wants to keep going. Definitely one to keep an eye on. OZON. Above yesterday's high, of course. I think this is another EV, I think EVRG, or EVBG, sorry, EVBG, another earnings play. I think this is almost an all-time low. Yes, another one. Another one of these almost, well, an all-time low earnings play. So another one to keep an eye on. I mean, once the market opens, if this starts to move down, I mean, there's nothing holding it. Of course, it is an all-time low. Now, this one from yesterday, this was absolutely crazy. So some of these I guess this is cybersecurity, or is it? Yeah, cloud-based security solutions. So some of these cybersecurity stocks, this one went crazy late yesterday, CYRN. It is a low float, Israeli stock, 2.6 million in the float. Got all the way up to, it started its run at around 260, got all the way up to almost 7. You can see in the pre-market, it basically touched that high of yesterday, right in the pre-market. It touched it, and then it came back down. So you know what? I mean, if it can somehow take out that pre-market high and that high, it could have another little run in it. Have to wait and see. CYRN. STEM. I think STEM is another one that's almost at an all-time low, if not at an all-time low. And an earnings play. Yep, look at this. Only 2% above an all-time low for STEM. You guys are a little more expensive, but I know this is an earnings play. SQ is an earnings play, along with Etsy. ETSY is also an earnings play. Hey, good morning, YouTubers. And what else do I have? Oh, T-Pick at the very end. Not very much volume. I think this is another one that's almost at an all-time low. T-Pick. Yeah, look at this T-Pick. So it's an earnings play. Not much volume. They released earnings after hours, so that was the big gap down for T-Pick. It's holding that gap. You know, when the market opens, obviously the volume is going to pick up, and we'll have to see what happens. I mean, down 17%. It's an all-time low now for T-Pick. TPIC. And I mean, there are others, guys, but you know, the list is so long of stocks that are really moving this morning. You can see my, by the way, guys, I have revised. So in my homepage, all my scans should be there, and I've added a couple. Okay, so, excuse me. So if you click on my scans page, you're going to see some additions. So breaking up and down in volume, this is a doc. Okay, these are I think four scans are in here, so it's a doc. Momo, I've added. It's basically the Momo from the channel bar. Earnings up and down is a doc. Okay, and then I've also got Zach's bouncers and toppers. This is a doc. These are all docked windows. So this is a dock window. Zach's bouncers and toppers, and breaking up and down in volume is a docked window. Earnings up and down is a docked window. Okay, all the other scans should be working today. I unfortunately deleted accidentally some links, so some of them didn't work, but they should all be working today. Now it is 9:09, so I'm just going to wait and see, of interest, to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. UUU, didn't mention this one. This is a buyout. UUU, Universal, rallies on a merger agreement with Infinite Reality. Okay, so this will probably just stay around here. Just keeping an eye on some of these Russian stocks. I want to see if they're starting to fade. YNDX, not yet. The ozone is, OZON. Let's take a look at the index, RUSL. This should be up. This morning should be up. So yeah, it's kind of hanging tough. Some topping tails, bottoming tails, but kind of hanging tough. This is the Russia bear. So didn't want to buy an individual Russia stock. This is the ETF. If you think the Russian stocks are going to continue. All right, it is now 9:10, so I'm just going to take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Whoa! Definitely keep an eye on live person, guys. Keep an eye on live person, LPSN. I see uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. I see 5 downgrades for LPSN. You know, after the fact, but so 5 downgrades for LPSN. That is a lot. I'll get the upgrades in first. Upgrade for Tesla. Keep an eye on, let me just put in NBIX here. NBIX has a Goldman upgrade. Let's see what it's doing right now. Okay, not for volume, but so NBIX has a NBIX is a Goldman upgrade. On the monthly chart, it certainly has room. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. Look at the downgrades in now. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so some of the downgrades. And there's the LPSN. It's 5 downgrades. Could be more, but these are the ones that are listed in briefing.com. Okay, just give me a moment, please, guys. I'm just having to alter a symbol list here. Give me a moment. All right. Yeah, OZON is starting to fade here. Just going to keep an eye on this Yandex. I call it maybe probably the biggest proxy for the Russian market, YNDX. Shoot, is it really? Basic new highs and lows is the same as halts resumes? I did this after hours yesterday. I was a little bit tired. I thought I checked everything. Let me just do a quick check. Shoot. What time is it? 9:16. I might have some time. I have to pass this on to somebody at Trade Ideas to. Okay, so halts resumes. I knew somebody would find something wrong. Where is it? Okay, so halts resumes is fine. So it's the basic new highs and lows. Yeah, okay. Okay, hopefully I can make that change pretty quickly. This is it, basic new highs and lows. Give me a moment, please. All right. Hopefully somebody will change that sometime during the day. Thanks for pointing that out. Should have done this on the weekend. I'm just so whipped after, especially yesterday. What a day. No excuses really, but that is my excuse. All right, what time is it? 9:18. Let's take a look at the sectors. I'm sure we're going to see a very, very different looking sector status when we looked yesterday at about 10 minutes before the market opened. Everything was down except for energy. And now, probably everything's up except down, I was going to say, except for energy. So, this is, of course, as we speak right now, 10 minutes before the market opens. So, only 26% of the energy plays. So I should explain. What you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So this is, for instance, the energy sector, ETF, XLE. These are the stocks that make it up. And compared to yesterday's close, only 26% are above. Okay, so that's what these numbers are referring to. And again, when we look at this 15 minutes from now, and everything could be changed. Financials, 77% are up. Communications, tech, what's tech doing? Tech, where are you? So interesting, only 40% of the tech stocks are up. Communications, those 77%. They usually kind of go hand in hand, but not always. But technology, it's not robust this morning, that's for sure. Healthcare, 62%. So, when we look at this, financials, almost 80%. Consumer discretionary, almost 80%. This is the one to keep an eye on, energy. If you weren't here in the room yesterday, that to me was probably the most unbelievable one, because if you look at energy, look at XLE. So again, you had to be, if you were in the room yesterday, This was a big gap up energy, okay? Which made sense because, whatever's going to happen over there, if there's going to be any sort of a slowdown or curtailing of oil and gas, etc., prices go up. And so all the energy stocks were just ripping higher in the pre-market. Once the market opened, this is the opening 15-minute candle, okay? That big, look at that red bar. Just absolute, all the energy stocks sold off. They kind of based a little bit here, and then they just kept selling off all the way to almost to the end of the day. A little bit of a bounce at the end. But that was an amazing 15-minute candle with the energy stocks. So that will be one, in fact, I think I'm going to have to just have that. I'm going to put XLE in thumbnail chart. I want to keep an eye on that one just to see if we're going to do the same thing. I mean, we're down a little bit. Well, not a little bit, only about, 25% of them are up for today. But let's see what happens when the market opens. See if we get a big candle one way or the other again. Let's see. OCGN. It's an earnings play, but I don't really want to watch. Well, I know some of you follow this one. This is this virus play tied in with India. Mr. Northside, good morning. And Amir, and Paul, and Rob. Everybody, and Monsieur Guillaume from our YouTube room. And the dude. Lee is an earnings play. LI is an earnings play. Of course, big China EV play. LI, earnings play. What's NIO doing? NIO and XPAV usually follow suit, even though they're not earnings plays. I guess NIO on the 1st, so that's next week. 28th is Monday, so that'll be on Tuesday after hours. Boy, this one is still continuing down. This Peabody, now energy play, and it looks much like the XLE, of course, except it didn't have. Well, I can't remember. Let's see if it had a gap up in the pre-market. Yeah, it had a gap up in the pre-market, but it was still down from the close of the day before. So not like it was super robust. But look at this, Peabody just all day long just sold off. It did not bounce at all. So keep an eye on Peabody. I mean, BTU. This could easily keep moving down. It had earnings on the 10th. Yeah, Foot Locker continues. I'm not in this. I did not take any pre-market trades. But LPSM with all those downgrades, shares are available. Yeah, lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers. The issue could be though. Oh man, down 34%. So the uptick rule will definitely be in effect once the market opens. So. And actually, I'd like to see happening is it's starting to really start giving up again. Taking this out, LPSN. It's almost an all-time low. Yeah, so this must have had some kind of a. This is just because of the percentage. But anyway, LPSN, so many downgrades and an earnings play, so it's just getting slammed. Look at Ozone, guys. OZON. Boy, that really gave it up. From that high of 14.64, so there's a $2 drop. Again, what is the index doing? Yeah, hanging tough. Another one maybe to keep an eye on is this Lemonade. This was an earnings play yesterday that I was all over in terms of wanting to short it, and had a tremendous bounce, just a big bounce, along with most of the stocks in the market. 23.97, so the next high looking left is 25. So about $1. Still has about $1 to hit that until it hits that next high looking left. But just a great recovery and a little bit of a pop in the pre-market for LMND. So those, I mean, that was an all-time low. I mean, at one point that was an all-time low. That's what really surprised me. So the market is still positive. Just looking at the SPY here, market is still going to have a positive open. At least the SPY will, which means probably NASDAQ will. Dow, I don't know. So guys, I mean, if this market does start giving it up and fading, you know, those ones that were popping pre-market, like a CNK. Now CNK is just over that 200-day moving average, 1843. It's at 1880 right now. So, you know, if it maintains and bounces off and continues, but if it takes that out again, I think this is just going to fall, CNK. Now, when I say take it out, I don't mean right to the penny, but gets down, you know, 15 cents below it, you know, you could see a big fall. Remember, it beat Q4 earnings and revenue estimates. It doesn't mean that this is, I'm sure they're still losing a pile of money. They're disaster. Look at this tall TA. This is actually shortable. Huh. Tall is a disaster. Earnings, had earnings on the 21st, but China education company, and now just sinking here. Wow, sinking as we speak. Sinking. TAL. Okay, the one that shall not now can be named now, RXT, guys. Thank you, William. 1 minute to the open. RXT had a fabulous day. I did not partake because it didn't have the volume I was looking for on the pop, but it ran and ran and ran and ran. It still has room. I mean, it's at 11.13 now. No volume yet, of course, but the next high looking left is about $1 away. So just watch to see if this holds this 11 and starts to move. And yes, the market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's have a great end to this trading day. I have no idea what to expect. Yesterday was probably one of the most exciting days we've had in a long time. And again, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Trying to let things settle down a little bit. All right. Now, I didn't mention this one. This is a pink sheet stock. Don't know anything about it. TEFOF. Telefonica. Spanish. All right. CYRN. CYRN making a little move here. Foot Locker continues down. See if it will 30 hold it. The whole number, will that hold it? CYRN is on the move, guys. CYRN on the move. The high of yesterday was 666. Very ominous. But again, it's early. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15. You get these wild moves sometimes. So I usually like to... Now, CNK actually is holding, guys. CNK is holding. EVBG, yes, starting lower and underneath. Just too... Oh, man, what a move down. And it's an all-time low now, EVBG. And I think it just got halted. Or it's going to get halted. Okay, he's not. I saw that little blue dot in Interactive Brokers, which usually means it's going to be halted soon. And EVBG, well, it's not halted yet. You got to be careful. It is early and it's a little bit whippy right now, but let's see if it really wants to move down underneath that 30 mark. We have a halt. TPIC just got halted on the way up. TPIC got halted on the way up. I don't know what you mean, how do I open my dock, Bobby? Don't know what you mean by how do I open my dock. Okay, so Foot Locker has had a bounce, a little bit of a bounce off that 30 mark. Well, EVBG all over the place right now. Well, you got to load some scanners in. You just got a header. I mean, you've got to, Bobby, are you new to Trade Ideas? You have to then click on, say, New from the toolbar, and then maybe click on the dock channel bar, and then you can load some channels and see what's happening. I mean, if you saved, did you save a layout? Did you save anything? I mean, you've got to load. Keeping an eye on this EVBG, guys. It's very, very whippy. So when you say a header, you're talking about just have a toolbar. Well, again, did you save anything to the cloud? Load from cloud? Did you save a layout? Otherwise, just click on New and Dock Channel Bar and start loading some layouts to see what's happening. Maybe the momentum channel. All right, EVBG, guys, this is it's all over the place right now. Tough spread. Look at Lemonade, LMND. Okay, what is the market doing? So the market is actually having a little bit of a pop still. It's holding, I should say, it's holding the pre-market gains. Fubo, wow, Fubo, this is getting close to an all-time low. So yeah, it had a run, but I mean, it's been just sinking for months, FUBO. Stem probably is moving down here. Stem, almost an all-time low, guys. Stem. And that's showing up my 10-day daily breakdown. And Foot Locker showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown also. Look at Stem, guys. Stem. Stem, guys. Stem. And Foot Locker. So you see there are 3 here in the 10-day daily breakdown. Now nothing, you know, you could have got into this one, of course, earlier, Foot Locker, but no idea what you mean, Grumpy. No idea what you mean. Look at LNTH, guys. This was another one from yesterday that, look at this, had earnings. It's an all-time high now, and it's a bit of a sell-off, a little one. But look at this. It's a continuation now. Earnings, LNTH. All right, EVBG maybe setting up now. Looks like the froth may be a little bit over. Okay, EVBG. Can't tell you to take these, but you know, you had to wait a little bit on that one because it was really, really frothy. Was TPIC. TPIC was the hot ticker. It just opened. TPIC just opened. Lots happening. Wow. Lots happening. TPIC. Remember, it had no volume in the pre-market. But now look at this. TPIC. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean, column that says volume. I mean, usually it's the percent. So if it's only 5 point something, if that's what's in it, that means it's very low. But you have to give me a moment here. I've got too much going on. FTCH, guys. FTCH. FTCH is also, type it in correctly, I might get the symbol. FTCH. A little bit of a move here. It's an earnings play. Look at, I missed this one. I kind of thought this might happen, but look at CNK now, guys. You know, I mean, it's not like they're making money, so they beat some revenue estimates, maybe earnings estimates, but I mean, look at this now, and it's through the 200-day moving average, 1843, on the way down. I just took my eye off it. Foot Locker definitely working off, even if you waited, you know, for this 3004 break here, you know, from the 10-day daily breakdown. Another Russia stock, guys, MBT, Russia stock, MBT. What is it? Not quite an all-time low. All right, guys, I've traded out of the EVBG for a little loss here. It's just too whippy right now. I might get back in it later, but it's just a little too whippy right now for me, EVBG. But the stem is excellent. Had the alert at 9:11, got in just underneath 9. I know I don't typically take trades in the first 15, but I'll make exceptions on that 10-day daily breakdown. And I'll keep an eye on the EVBG for later, but it's just a little too whippy for me. And of course the Fleur, not Fleur, but Foot Locker. I'm sure some of you might have been shorting it in the pre-market. Tons of shares available, Interactive Brokers, so that was not an issue. Whoa, look at Lemonade now, LMND. So what do we, the market's still strong, LMND, but look at this one. Talk about, I mean, this looked like it was going to start to run and then just drop $2 like that. Okay, guys, CYRN just took out yesterday's high and the pre-market high. And the next high looking left is 712. So it's got a little bit of maybe a struggle to get through that, but CYRN, guys, this is again it looks like a security play, cyber security play. Oh man, STEM, guys, this is beauty, because it's the percentage increase or decrease. Well, it's the percentage gain. You got in just under 9. I mean, that's a great percentage move. All right, guys, EVBG is back down now. I feel like I'm calling a horse race every morning at the beginning anyway. Foot Locker, STEM. So took the little loss on EVBG, but the STEM and the Foot Locker did not take MBT. LPSN is not showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Ah, it's a pop. That's why. So even after all those 5 downgrades this morning, earnings play, almost near an all-time low, it decided to pop. This reminds me a little bit like Lemonade yesterday, LMND yesterday. Wow, STEM. I mean, I don't know where it's going. Obviously it has no support, all-time low. It's not a low float either, 124 million, so all right, there is the crack now for EVBG. Now let's see if it really wants to move down. I mean, it's already moving down, but will it look at STEM underneath 8 now. Well, let's see what happens with my gap continuation and reverse scanner today. Yesterday it was incredible because it had so many gap downs and then reversed. And we'll see if this, and it's not going to happen the same today, of course, because market did not gap down. Man, Foot Locker stem. EVBG is still kind of didn't need a big break down underneath 28 to really get it going again. I'm in it again, but you know, Foot Locker and stem is taking care of me right now. Well, I guess I should look at some of the 10-day daily breakouts as opposed to the daily breakdowns. So we've got CSIO, not really doing much. And then AERI, AERI, 733 is the alert. What do we see here? You know, I definitely gravitate more to the breakdowns. They just seem to have way more oomph to them. Look at LNTH. I mean, this is still all-time high here. All-time high, LNTH. Little base. Now, what is XLE doing? XLE. So the energy plays are starting to move higher, which could, well, no, the market's still hanging in here. Give me a moment, please. I'm out. Sorry. Thank you, Pepe. I'm out of the EVBG flat on the second attempt of shorting it. And let me just check my YouTube, not YouTube, my Bluetooth connection. I've lost my sound. Just give me a moment. Okay, just give me a moment. All right, just give me a moment, guys. I've just lost my Bluetooth connection. Just give me a moment. All right, back. Well, Foot Locker continues down. FL continues down. Here's another one that is moving higher. The 10-day daily breakout. Let's see if what IRNT is doing. IRNT. Wow, this has got room. This one from yesterday. Remember this one yesterday? So it took all this out yesterday. Got as high as what? 626. When you look left, the next high is 7. So 708 or so. So if this can take out yesterday's high, it has a shot to get to that 7 mark. That is the IRNT. IRNT. Meanwhile, yeah, what happened? So open, gap down and go. It meant this is a gap down and going lower and almost, what happened here? Almost a lifetime low for open. All right, Chloe. So some of the energy plays, let's take a look at XLE. What is it doing? Is it still moving higher? Yep, so the energy plays are now. This usually can mean that the market's going to fall a bit. So, I mean, I'd be really watching this. I mean, these are 2 topping tails now in the first 15 minutes so far on the SPY. I'd be very, very wary of a break here. So far, nothing's holding up Fleur. I keep saying Fleur. FL, Foot Locker. The next low looking left, where is it? 26.98 maybe. So getting close to that 27 mark. 26.98 looks like there's a low over there on the monthly chart. Okay, FTDR, front door. Earnings play. Don't know anything about these guys. Front door, FTDR. Earnings play. Big gap down on earnings. An open continue. Now this is, okay, interesting. I thought this was some kind of a buyout merger agreement. So Triple U is actually moving down. So remember yesterday, guys, the gap down and reverse was just ripping, okay, all day yesterday. Because of course what happened? If the market starts to fall, we're going to see a lot of gap up and reverses. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. The gap down and goes means, the stock gap down and it is moving lower. Oh yeah, exactly, FTDR, another big 10-day daily breakdown. The volume was a little bit light, but relative volume lots, 12, but I'm just waiting to see if it takes out 12. It's not an all-time low, but the next low looking left, no, Fleur. I took all the sound alerts off, but you guys some of I have the oink on these 10-day daily breakdowns, and man, every time I hear that oink sound, I just glance over and see what is falling again. And there's the FL. So just to give you an idea what this is looking at here, so there was the alert, 9:35, 30:04, okay? Yeah, you could have taken it pre-market and obviously would have done a little bit better. But even at 30:04 is now 27.12. So this is the don't repeat version. Okay, you'll see the stock over and over again as it makes a new low, or in this case a new high. But this is the first time we get the alert, so you can kind of check and say, okay, what did it do from there? It's on my page, yes, Gerald, yes. So just go to my home page and go to the scan section, and it is there. And these work so well usually when it is an earnings play, and even better when it is a earnings play or some news, some bad news, and it is also an all-time low. Now Foot Locker in this case was not, but look at the stem. That just an awesome percentage move. Okay, the EVBG guys, do I do it again? Yeah, no, me too. I do have other scans and all. I do like the continuation, gap continuation or reverse. But yeah, the 10-day daily breakdowns. All right, guys, FTTR, but the car, the gap up and reverse. Open, gap down and go. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Okay, feed the kitty. And I haven't even looked at the AI yet. Nothing's really shaken. We had a one stop out. All those ones are a little bit more expensive than I like to look at, but it's a watch list, guys, so just keep an eye on anything that's happening there. How about SDGR? What is it doing? This is a 10-day daily breakout also. CARG, it's not showing up for me. The reason being, I don't know why. Car Guru, so maybe this has got something to do with the KAR and Carvana. I mean, this is a popular sector right now. Earnings play. You know what? It's funny. It really didn't do much in the pre-market. That's why I didn't say it in the pre-market. And it's not showing up on my 10-day daily breakout because it's outside the price range that I have. But hey, sell excellent. All right, guys, here we go. We're starting to see a little sink in the market, okay? Now, let's see if this really starts picking up steam. Well, you know, all I do, Justin, is just look left, right? I just look left, IRNT. So what do I see? I mean, you know, looking left, yesterday it was 617. So is that resistance? I don't know. I mean, it took that out a little bit this morning at 627, but you know, just look left. I mean, there's nothing magical what I'm doing in terms of trying to see where a resistance area might be. So look left on the daily. If you don't see anything, then look left on the weekly. And if you don't see anything there, look left on the monthly. Well, I guess if you had a wide enough stop on the EVBG, you know, it didn't allow, but it was really, I mean, it's really, now it looks like it wants to take out 28, but I'm going to remain on the sidelines, I think, on that one. Oh, here's another one, guys. HR. HR just came into the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, it's not even close to an all-time low. Again, they don't all have to be all-time lows. But when I look at the monthly chart, it just, to me, it looks like could be a lot of support in the area, not that far away. I mean, I may be completely wrong, but it just doesn't look as exciting as the other ones do for me. Well, you just keep grunting at me, Footlocker. Just unbelievable. So again, if you won't short, yeah, I don't know what to say. You're missing out. I mean, this is showing up even on the gap down and go. And so on these gap continuation and reversals. Now I put a 15-minute delay. All right, so you'll notice here nothing. You'll not see anything until 9:45. You don't have to, you know, but that's what I do. The reason being is that you get so much whippy action in the first 15 minutes. Something looks like a gap up and go, and then it drops, and then it goes up and down and up and down. So I like to have a delay I put a delay of 15 minutes. Not that after 15 everything is completely settled, but it's definitely more settled than if you start looking at things right when the market opens, in my opinion. All right, here's another one here, Bed Bath and Beyond. But I look at this. I mean, it's moving moving higher. But to me, again, just look left. You know, people ask me, where do I see resistance? I mean, I don't know if this is absolutely going to be resistance, but look at a daily chart for BBBY. So it's at 1604. The next high looking left is 1690. Is that right? 1690. So I mean, it's got room to 17 in theory. Is that right? No, the next high, sorry, 1630. That's what I thought. So, I mean, you know, the next high is fairly close. That could stall it. If it takes that out, then yeah, you've got maybe room to 17. I just like to, you know, I talk about my checklist. If I look left and I see something that's like a net, especially if I'm going to take something that's near its daily high. If I see another high that's fairly close, I don't take the trade. It's just part of my checklist. Now, does that mean it's going to stall it? Well, no, not necessarily. But you know, I just rather take another type of a trade that I don't have to worry about where that next high is being too close. Well, not as, oh, and there's the index, guys, YNDX. So let's take a look at RUSL because that, of course, was, yeah, well, there's the index. So you know, you can trade the index or you can trade RUSL. I think they probably trade very similarly, but the PSO is interesting. PSO, shoot, it just popped. PSO is interesting. I did see it in the pre-market. It was when I first saw this, I thought maybe this was a buyout. But it is starting to move, and it's a huge float though, 670 million. It looks like this is a UK stock. Global. Okay, let's take a look at Indo. What's happening with Indo? Of course, this has been a wild one over the last few days, Indo. And, you know, look at XLE. I mean, you know, this should never have gone, of course, from 4 to 15. But it's a low float. It's an energy play. Call it an energy play. So it'll probably move with the rest of the energy stocks. As long as, well, XLE is kind of choppy right now. Interesting, guys. Look at the SPY. See, you can see that the XLE and the SPY, kind of a bit of an inverse. All right, EVBG underneath that 28 again. What's the spread like now? 93.02, not terrible. It's just got so much room underneath. All right, Fleur, I keep saying Fleur. FL is, looks like it's trying to base here right around 27. So I'm at the point right now, if it has any sort of a pop off 27, I will take some profit. No, we have it on the 7th. So unless maybe they released, yeah, maybe they released early, I guess, for PSO. We have it on the 7th, so maybe they released early. It looks like it, doesn't it? Release meaning their earnings release early. What is Beyond Meat doing? BYND. Yeah, all-time low. Little bit choppy. All right, sorry guys, I'm creating a new symbol list and just doing some experimentation. So bear with me. Yeah, missed out on this one. This was one I was really thinking could do kind of what it's doing. KAR. Well, HR is now starting to move underneath. Okay, what do you want to do here? HR, I mean, it's had a weird after hours. Got up to wow, $34, and then that might have been so brief. I have no idea. I can't even see any volume on it, and it came right back down. So that might have been just nonsense. Okay, but this is now getting weaker and weaker. HR underneath 29. I did say, I mean, it just looks like there could be some support in the area, but hey, who knows? Depends what the market does too. Another education stock, LAUR now showing up. Not an all-time low. They don't all have to be, but let's take a look left, and 1045 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. So I mean, it's got about 40 cents to hit that. I'm not, I don't know if it'll make it down there, but who the heck is that? Just a minute. False alarm. Okay, PGRE is, yeah, it's not very dynamic though. I mean, it's showing up on my list, but it's not that dynamic. It may be a sleeper, 185 million in the float, so it may not be too, maybe not be too all over the place. It did hit 1233 in the pre-market, so it might be one of those more relaxing type trades. No, I'm just kind of yeah, this HR, I'm keeping an eye on it, but again, I don't like all that resistance or that potential support area right around here. So I'll keep an eye on it. Maybe it'll have a big capitulation down, but see if there's any specific reason for it. Dividend. Announced a dividend this morning at 1:30. Indo, let's see if Indo, well, okay, this one is making a go. CIAN, not really. I think it's bigger pop, had a big pop pre-market, dropped. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Just trying to figure out what is going on with something here. No. All right, wow, 10:21 already. Not quite as frantic as yesterday. So here's a gap up on reverse. Another one. Man, these gap up on reverses. I love this. I mean, I do love the 10-day daily breakouts and downs, especially the downs. But, the other one really keeping an eye on are these gap continuation or reverse. Now, we're getting a lot of them because, we're in earnings season. So a lot of these ones that show up are going to be earnings plays. Next week, we still have about 400 companies releasing earnings, but after that, we're probably what I would consider right at the end of earnings season. So this gap up and gap continuation or reverse may not be as active. But next week, probably have one more kick at it. All right, well, listen, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I am live and sharing my screen. And as always, I'm just going to start off with my home page. Lots of information is there. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, so we do have a promo on right now, test drive sale, all in capital letters for 20% off the first month or the entire year. And we've had a big price reduction, okay, in our premium and standard plan. So premium is now $19.99, standard is $9.99, okay. So that came down, I don't know, 22 something, and that was, I don't know, 1060 something. But you can still apply the 20% discount, all right? So that works down to about, what, $1,600, and this is about $800, all right? So what you see down here, that 167, all they did was they divided 12 into this to tell you what the prorated monthly rate would be on both, okay? But that would also drop. So, but this is all, obviously, this is an upfront payment, but 20% off. Now, this is what I would do. Now, the big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. Now, you don't have to start off with an annual plan. In fact, my recommendation is to do this. Oh, I see what they're doing. My recommendation is to do this. You can start off with a standard or premium. You can take the 20% off that first month. And if within 30 days you decide, you know what, I want to upgrade to annual, we will honor the 20% discount. Okay? So if you're unsure of this program, you can still get the discount off that first month. And again, within 30 days you want to upgrade, great. If not, you just stay on this plan. All they're showing you here is what the prorated would be. Okay? These numbers down here. But if you stay with a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. Oops. Now, 3 free sections on my homepage. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. And the education section. I do the stock of the day video at around noon. Now, the education section, lots of information. We have a big user guide, all sectioned. Well, main sections are here, I should say. You want to learn more about the stock racing? Click on this. Please click on this. I know it's becoming more and more popular. Click on this, and this is going to give you 2 videos here, a lot of text explanation about what stock racing is all about. Okay? But also, you want to look at what an alert window is, a top list window is, all segmented, but also the full table of contents. I don't know why. It is searchable, okay? So you can search everything. Scrolling down, the 20 introductory lessons, this is where I would start. This is the very quick way just to take a look at the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list? Building a top list, alert windows, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I would look at that first. Daily support sessions. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. At noon, I do take a break. I take a break for about an hour, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Friday, so it should be Andy. Okay. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. Also, Chris Varley from Trade Ideas is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars, we should be starting next week again, so you can sign up for them all here. And last, if you're new to trading, great little series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Starts off with what is a stock? So if you are new to trading, this is for you. And last, my scan. So we had a glitch yesterday because I stupidly I was doing some house cleaning and I deleted some links accidentally that were here, but they've all been replaced except I did make a mistake, and I think the basic new highs and lows was actually also the halts resume. So I've asked them, let me see if that's right now. No, it's still, he hasn't, I can't do the change. Somebody has to do it for me. So he knows about it, and he's probably, what time is it there? 7:30 West Coast time, so I'm not sure when Rudy starts, but he'll make the change. But other than that, everything is should be good to go. I did add a couple, the breaking up and down on volume, and also I added Zach's bouncers and toppers. Okay, these are docked windows. These are docked windows. The earnings up and down, I put in a dock window instead of separately, and I added Momo. Okay, so a little bit of a change, but the breaking up and down, very active. If you're looking for a lot more action, this is for you. And then, of course, Zach's bouncers and toppers has been very popular. So, and I'm just waiting for Rudy to tell me that that the link has been changed to what it's supposed to be in the basic and highs and lows. So a lot of information right here, these two sections. So save my link, and then you can look at those sections anytime you want. You're going to have to send your Denver. I can't help you on that. You're going to have to send your log so they can take a look at what happened. Okay. So again, I think I told you yesterday. If you click on help and then send files to support. I cannot help you because they have to look at the log files to see what was going on, and I just don't do that. All right, guys. Well, Foot Locker is kaput for me. Okay. I was watching this one. What could it take out 27? It kind of did, but then it popped over. So I'm all out of the Foot Locker. And yeah, this may be a little reversal, especially if the market does this. Hey, look at this, guys. The market, yeah, look at this. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI, Holly. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So make it easy on yourself. That's all you want to see. So if you click on new from our toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. It's all you really want to be following. All right, the trades window. This is what you'll see. You'll get no alerts until at least 9:35. You see there was one at 9:36 and one at 9:38. You don't have to get, I saw a post yesterday in our YouTube room, somebody complaining that, well, you get the alert and the stock obviously was moving fairly quickly and it was about 4 or 5 cents away from the alert price when you could see it. Well, it happens, okay? But I think that was TLS, and if my memory serves me, right, TLS, I think the alert was at around 1150. Or maybe 1050 or so. But the bottom line is that, well, in fact, why guess? I'll just go yesterday, history, yesterday, take a look at, so it was 1151. So, I mean, it got up to, it moved $1. Don't get hung up on, oh man, I mean, you had an alert at 1151 and now when I'm looking at it, it's 1155. I mean, this obviously was a fairly fast moving stock at the time. I mean, it's going to happen. But, these are not designed just for 2 or 3 cent scalps. If that's what you're into, you've got the wrong program. So you have an entry. I never take any trade unless I click on the alert. I want to see what's happening, what the market is doing. I want to check out a few things, and then I can make my mind if I want to take the trade. Now, typically, I shy away from anything over 30 on the AI, but that's just me. And you have a stop. So how you manage the trade is up to you. You can use it like a watch list. Sometimes even if you miss getting in, at a certain price, maybe it starts basing and then moves again. Okay? Or if it gets stopped out, it could come back. So it gives you a second opportunity to get in. So use it like a watch list. Now, what is Trade Ideas? Well, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan, of course, based on new highs, lows. So if I right-click, configure, and summary, this is telling me what it's looking for, okay? You always start off with filters. If you're going to build your own scan, you always start off with some filters. So in this particular case, it's looking for stocks between 1 and 20. Relative current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. Okay, it's not this is the concept though. You always start off with some filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger. In my case, I like to see stocks, if they meet these filter requirements and they make a new high for the day, I'll see a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. These are the only ones so far today that have met these requirements. On the downside, these are the ones. So, I mentioned that I am sharing my scans, but of course, again, I'm just showing you a scan that I created. You can have this one, but if you want to create your own scans, that's fine. If you right-click, configure, and then search, these are all of the alerts that we have created. And if you scroll down, these are the filters that we have. So right off the bat, you should see that there is no programming language to learn. Okay, no programming language to learn. So look, we've created a lot of alerts and filters. You don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. We have a lot because thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we've created enough different or enough of the alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on all of the alerts and filters that we have. What you should be happy about is not having to learn a programming language. Now, as I said before, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. We are also sharing a lot of scans up here. If you click on New and Docked Channel Bar, okay? So these are themed-based channels. So I always like to start off on the Momentum channel. And this is a layout. Then you're right, Cristino, IRNT is starting to move. But these are theme-based layouts. So if you looked at this one, you thought, yeah, I wouldn't mind having that as part of my layout. Well, first of all, you right-click, and there's the IRNT as an example. You right-click, configure, summary. And that's, for all of our windows, our alert windows and our top list windows, that's what you do so you can see what it's looking for. All right, so in this particular case, these are the filters. And if a stock makes a new high for the day, you get the real-time alert. Now, if you didn't like something, for instance, if you looked at this and said, well, I don't like that price range, I'd like to have a different one, and you click and you change it to 10 and 100, you can do so, of course. Just the same as with my scans. You may not like, everything I've got in my scans. You can always make changes if you want. So you see now it is changed to 10 and 100. Say okay. Now the change is in effect. Okay. Now, and notice, I guess IRNT as an example is below 10. I think so. Yeah. So that's why you don't see it anymore. Now, if you leave this channel and then you come back and you say, hey, wait a minute. Well, I'll do it. I'll go to ETF Racing. And then I'm going to come back to the momentum channel. Now I'm going to right click, configure, summary, and you'll, hey, wait a minute, I changed that to 10 and 100. So the channels are for everybody. I know I repeat myself every day, but I mean, there are new people always, and so the channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to the channel is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay, so the idea is that if you see a scan in a channel that you like, you can either take it as it is, or you can make some changes if you want, and then you right-click, duplicate into free floating window. Okay, and it popped up on my other monitor. And so here it is. Now what you can do is you can right-click, save or share to cloud, save it. I'm not going to do it because it's already there. What I'm trying to show you though is that you can go to the individual, all these different channels, and you can start extracting, selecting scans that you might like, and then bringing them back one at a time, thereby creating a layout of your own without actually having to build a scan from scratch. Okay? So we try to make it very, very easy for you. You have to do it a couple of times, get it out of the dock into a free-floating window, and then save it, and then bring it back, and just keep doing that for as many scans and topless windows, even a single stock window that you want. Yeah, so Marcus, if you go to our guide, we start getting rid of some of these things here. So if you click on my home page, well, I'll put the link in. So the question from Marcus was info on backtesting and simulation trade. I'm going to get into the simulation in right now, but in terms of backtesting, if you click on my home page, okay, and then go to the guide, or actually the education section is right here. Click here. Okay, and now click on the user guide. I think it has a section on its own. Backtesting, okay, and also on the trading simulator. So I'm going to go over it to sort of show you what it's all about. But so there is a backtesting right here, so you can you can see what backtesting is all about. I don't really demonstrate it. It's an advanced topic. I don't backtest anymore, but for those of you who want to, and it is part of the premium service. Okay, so if you want to backtest, you need our premium service. Okay. Let's say the guide is, I think it's excellent. Okay, it's all searchable, it's all laid out, and it's usually very up to date. Every time we do change something, the guide is now up to date. So take advantage of that guide. Now, Brokerage Plus, this window you see here that we call Brokerage Plus. Okay, I just popped the Brokerage Plus link in. So if you click on this link, you're going to see two videos. There's a short video. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas by connecting to your IB or E-Trade account. You'll notice here, and only available if you're using the app. If you're using our web-based version, not available, okay? But you notice here it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath there are two options. One's called Live and the other is called Simulation or Paper Trading, okay? So again, if you want to connect to your Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account to use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you can do so. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. It's just a feature, it's an option. It's not mandatory to use even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, okay? It's just, and I don't know, I know we want to add other brokerages, but I just don't know when that's going to happen. So please don't ask, okay? Now, in that second video, in that link, much longer, goes into way more detail about how you can use this. And also, you know, how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. So, I'm going to disconnect. Okay, I'm going to disconnect. So that's what you should see. And if you click on Sim, you see it should say not connected. If you click on Sim, then it's going to say select account. And then I'm going to click on Simulated Trading, okay? Now I left this in overnight. This is why you see this DNA, okay? I'm going to leave it in just for fun. I mean, what the heck? This is how you can actually practice swing trading. But in order to take a trade, really simple. You just click on an alert. You know, the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. And you click the buy button if you're going to go long, and you click the sell button if you're going to go short. It's really that simple. So I'm not going to go over, you know, money management today. I, you know, give you guys a break for those of you who hear me talk about it all the time. But the only thing I'm going to say is practice trading, okay, before you commit money to the market. Practice. You know, use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Because it's using our real-time data. You don't even need a broker, okay? You know, because if you're still undecided about who you want, no problem. All you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with a live account, with a real account, okay? Forget about it. If you cannot make money, so until you can make money, do not start to trade your account. Unfortunately, even if you can make money, it's not a guarantee, you know, once you start trading with your real account that you'll make money, you know, because it, you know, once you start trading, you know, emotions come in. There's no emotions here, right? I mean, I get out of a trade, I take a loss, oh well, big deal. But when you start trading real money and you see your P&L whipping up and down, sometimes all of the skills that you learn in the simulator, they can, you know, and the money management and all, and the discipline can sometimes just fly out the window. So practice. All right, guys. So let's see. What more can I add here? I get back to taking a look at some stocks here. CYRN, what are you doing? So yeah, look what it did. I mean, it almost got through that high of yesterday, and just didn't. I don't understand what you mean, Jeff. Discount because Holly isn't hitting it right. Well, I don't understand what you mean. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. HR guys, well, it is sort of working a little bit here. HR. No, I'm talking to somebody in the our YouTube room. The Jeff there. I don't quite understand what his statement means. So, guys, just heads up. Also, I will be exiting both rooms at about 2:20 today. Chris is going to take over. I have an appointment at noon, 3 Eastern time. So, I'm going to exiting at 2:20 today, both rooms. But Chris Farley will take over in both rooms, just so you know. All right. Well, hey, listen, Footlocker. I'm not in it anymore, but Footlocker may still have another leg down if it takes out that 27 again. And wow, there's my miss for the day. Really, the KIR. I really thought this would not last, but I just got a little distracted. But there we are, 23 down to 1850 now. Tons of shares available at Interactive Brokers. What a difference from yesterday and today when the gap down and reverse just kept over and over and over again. With my sound alert that I got on this. It's impressive with the market, guys. I haven't even looked at. I mean, the Dow is up huge. Nas is up. I haven't really looked, but I mean, man, oh man, this is pretty impressive. I really thought that this might start to, when we had those first two 15-minute candles, especially with the topping tails. The topping tails, let's just bring up a big SPY chart. So, these are red see what happened here. This is the opening SPY candle right there. Okay, so buyers had it up here, sellers knocked it down to here. Buyers had it up here, sellers knocked it down to here. Thought, okay, and then we had a bottoming tail here. It looked like, okay, maybe we're going to start to give it up. But boy, the buyers just stepped right in, and they're in control as we speak. So SDGR, I do see that it's on the 10-day daily breakout. The alert came at 32.08, so it hasn't really moved too much from there. It is an earnings play. It's funny, I never get too excited about the breakouts. It's more the breakdowns. They're the ones that seem to, usually there's bad news. And okay, good, Denver. So let's take a trade here. Oops. No, I'm out of the position. Okay. Let me get rid of all that to show you how this works. All right, so let's take a look at something here. So look at the car, K-A-R. So if you wanted to short this one, okay, let's just take a look and see how, I mean, just the mechanics, okay? So we take a look at car. The spread is a penny. So, you know, a couple hundred shares, sell at the market, okay? So it took the trade. I mean, that's how easy it is, okay? And now you monitor how well it's working. You know, and you can tell by the today's P&L, profit, max P&L. So the max P&L would mean if you got out of the, like, what was the most you could have made out of the trade, you know, while you were still in it. Remember, this is a short, so you're hoping it goes down in price. All right, meanwhile, on the long side, yeah, the IRNT has been a star. No question about it. IRNT, mentioned this one earlier, especially if it could take out the yesterday's high. So I know a lot of people don't want to short. So I mean, you can certainly look at the 10-day daily breakout. There's the IRNT. The alert happened at 6:17, which probably coincides, yeah, with that high of yesterday. Okay. Which makes sense because it had to, you know, a 10-day daily breakout, so it had to take out yesterday's high. So that's why you get the alert at 6:17, and I mean, it's been awesome since then. 684 now, 695 now. You probably mean EVBG, right, Vicky? Hi, Vicky, not EVNG. Wow, look at Indo. Indo's probably, yeah, so well, for Indo to really get rocking here, it probably, I mean, you're giving up some, but it probably has to take out that 1140. Look at all the, again, you know, topping tails and bottoming tails, if you're new to trading, can give you real good insight, clues as to what could happen. So again, I'll bring up a big SPY chart, or a big chart, and I'll get Indo in here. So you just have to think about what's happening here when you see topping tails like this. Again, buyers had it up here, that was up to 1134. It closed here, so the sellers knocked it down. Buyers had it up here, sellers knocked it all the way down here. Buyers tried again, a little one, yeah, sellers knocked it down a little. Buyers try again, up here, sellers knock it down. Buyers try again, and look, the buyers tried again, almost to take out that high. Sellers keep, you know, they're still selling. You know, sellers are still what I consider kind of in control. with all these topping tails. Now, eventually, if there's a lot more buying that keeps coming in, big volume burst, and it takes this out, eventually the sellers will say, okay, you win right now. You can have it for a while anyway. Okay? So, and the same thing on bottoming tails. You see a series of bottoming tails. Just think reverse. Bottoming tails would mean, I don't have an example of one right now, but bottoming tails would mean, okay, the sellers knock it down, buyers close it higher. Sellers knock it down, buyers close it higher. On and on. And then eventually maybe the sellers give up. Say, okay, buyers, you can have it. So, keep an eye on topping tails and bottoming tails. I do see DWAC is a bit of a pop here, getting close to 90 again. I haven't really looked at that at all. We didn't look at it at all. I didn't anyway, yesterday or today. So just a word about the CCK. All right. So the AI, Holly, had an alert here, CCK, at 120.53. Okay. It got stopped out at 118.80. Okay, got stopped out right there. The stop got hit. But notice what happened here is that there is a potential for a re-entry. And how does that happen? And if you said, okay, I got stopped out the first time, if you took the trade, a lot of people just wait for re-entries. You don't get too many any given day, but a lot of people might just wait for re-entries. So the re-entry is triggered, and nothing scientific. Here's your entry, 120.53. Here's your stop, 118.80. Halfway between is 119.67. So if a stock moves down, hits the stop, and then comes back to that halfway point, like CCK did, you get another alert. Okay, and you can put the sound alert. So you notice that it got stopped out at 10 o'clock, and then the reentry, but it came back to that halfway point at 10:25. If you just wait for reentries, and I know there are people out there that's how they use the AI, you may only get one or two a day, maybe three, maybe none. But sometimes, it's better to wait. Not just another way to use the AI. So what did IRNT do here? It got up to what, $7, and look left, 708. Now, I'm not saying this is going to stall it forever, but you'll hear me say all the time, look left, look left, look left, where the next high you can see. If you can't see anything on a daily chart, so for instance, if all this was under here, so you wouldn't see it, so instead of having to expand the daily chart, check out the weekly and see where the next high is. If you don't see, if all this were underneath, then check out the monthly, okay? Just get well, that's how I trade anyway. Just get used to looking left constantly on these higher time frames. People ask me, what time frame do you like? You're a day trader. What time frame do you like? Well, believe it or not, I mean, yes, of course, you know, the minimum, I mean, I don't really need a 2-minute chart, but I have it up here, but you know, the minimum at 5 and 15, if somebody said, well, you can only have one intraday chart, you know, that's the law. You pick which one you want. It'd be a 15-minute chart. But after that, these are the ones that are my go-to charts. Because I'm always looking to see where a stock could stall. Oh, the Band of Brothers back. This was a beautiful one yesterday. Another short yesterday, February 23rd, pre-market. So this was the reaction for earnings. And then yesterday continued down. So this is now showing up. Pretty erratic though. I mean, it hit a big spike up here. I don't know if that's truly, you know, if it was, you know, I mean, it was probably a flash or something. I doubt very much that it stayed up here for very long. But band is another one now showing up, and not quite an all-time low, but it's close. When I say showing up, I'm talking about in the 10-day daily breakdown. All right, guys, so if you're part of this test drive, you know, it is over, including Monday, so it's over on Monday. So you still have the weekend that you can play around with trade ideas. In this particular test drive, you had actually 2 weekends. I think that's what we're going to do for the next test drives. I don't know when the next one is. We usually have 3 or 4 a year, so I don't know when the next one will be, but okay, Nora, let me see if I can figure out. So are you talking about one-click trading right here, using the buy or the sell button? Number 1? Okay, so you do know that you have to pick one long strategy and one short strategy. You have to define it, you know, to be, okay, you pick one long strategy if you want to go short, okay. Well, if you've done it, now you have to take a look, and when you edit your trading strategy, you know, your entry time and all that, but you're also your limit offset. What limit offset do you have? Because, okay, so that might be it, because, you know, if you get an alert, if I get an alert here at 1644, even if I'm trying to auto trade this, okay, 1644, I get the alert. Even if I'm trying to auto trade it, this stock may be moving so quickly, and with a 2-cent offset, That means you're only willing to take that at 1646. Okay? You're not willing to go any higher than 2 cents above where the alert happened. That's what the 2 cents means. So you may have to expand it, okay, if you want to get some fills. I'm just using this one as an example, okay? Other than that, I don't know how to help you. You know, but it seems it's typically the reason, you know, people say, well, how come I'm not getting a fill? And that's typically the reason, is like a 2 cent offset is very, very tight. You may not get, especially on some of the more expensive stocks, you know, you may not get a fill ever on a more expensive stock. Or if a stock is really running, you won't get a fill. I mean, and there's no, you know, if you say to me, well, what should you use? It's got to be up to you. You know, I can't tell you that, you know, every time. By the way, ANGH is a good good example here. The ANGH is really moving now. 1644 on the alert from my watch list. 17 now. Okay, so does that make sense? You're going to have to experiment on that limit offset. Now, I notice you're using, are you European or something? You're using the comma. I don't know if that comma works, to be honest. Looks like you've got a French keyboard. Okay, yeah, you've got to expand that. You probably won't get any fills with a 2 cent offset. You know, unless a stock, I mean, very, very rarely, I mean, right here, for instance. I mean, oh, okay, this is a bad example. This is but you know, look at the spread. You would not get a fill if you try to get a fill at 1677. You'll never get one. You know, there's the bid, there's the ask, as an example on this stock, okay? But it's rare, not rare, but I mean, you might see the odd time you get like a 1 cent spread between the bid and the ask. But, you know, and if that's the case, then your 2 cent offset will work. Let's say I was trying to get this one, you know, this one, racing, this says CYAN. Look at the spread. You know, you'll never get a fill you know, if you had a 2 cent offset here, you'd never get a fill, as an example. Guys are talking about ISPO. There it is. Yes, there's ISPO leading the race here. Wow, look at this. Oh my goodness. Well, Fleur making another leg down, guys. I'm not in it anymore, but another leg down. FL. ISPO got halted. Yes, it did. Now, keep an eye on the ANGH, because remember, the three of them, ISPO, ANGH. No, I know. I could just say Fleur. Come on, Vicky. I know it's not. It's Foot Locker. Easier for me to say Fleur. Remember now, when ISPO went crazy, ANGH went crazy also. So there it goes. There it goes. Watch this one get halted. And there was one other one. I can't remember the other one. I think it was the QNGY. Not quite as dramatic, but it also had a move. So keep an eye on QNGY, guys. Really, you know, I mean, look at they're all coming in. I mean, this was not quite as dramatic as those other two, but oh, that's right. Thank you, KJ. It was Captain. I know it's not Captain. whatever the real name of the is Septon. Yeah, the other one. So they're getting alive. They're alive again. All right, guys. So it looks like the. Let me just do a. I think I have to. It has been updated. Okay, I just got the word from my man Rudy, who looks after my watch list and makes the changes. I don't know if that's going to do it. I might have to exit and come back in. I'm not obviously going to do that, but let's just take a look. Yeah, so, but he has made the change, so I don't want to exit the room and then come back in. So, but the change, the basic new highs and lows, if you don't mind exiting and coming back in, then the basic new highs and lows is the right link now instead of I mistakenly put the hot resumes. All right, so there's the race. You can see, so I'm going to make some changes here. My watch list, it's hard for me to describe what was going to happen, but you should see some really active stocks because what I want to see in the racing, and if you, again, go to the guide, go to the section on racing, so it's all explained there. What I want to see, I mean, sometimes you see these races and yeah, something is winning the race, but it's like 0.3% or 0.1%, or I want to see the ones that are, really highlighting like 10%, 5%, 10%, like we just saw ANGH, and just earlier we saw ISPO. So I mean, look at now. This is not a huge percent, but the QNGY. I mean, keep an eye on it. All right, because this could have a run. I mean, this got up to 5 days ago, 4 days ago, up to 665. I mean, that would be a great percentage increase. So if it can catch up to what the other two are doing, to a certain extent. The tutorial for trading section, are you talking about starting from scratch, like trading, starting from scratch, TRD? Are you talking about the videos that Michael Noss put together that starts off with what is a stock? So I don't know what you mean, TRD, the tutorial for trading section. Oh, okay, the 20 lessons. Well, the 20 lessons is not trading, okay? That's just showing the basic features of trade ideas, okay? I thought you were talking about the actual if you're brand new to trading, the videos that Michael Noss put together, but market is strong, 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 guys. This is, I am a little surprised. I've got to admit, I did not think we would have, now the day is still early. It's only 11:17. I did not think we'd have as strong a day. Big follow through day like this. I did not think we would. Now, CFVI is starting, and again, usually, though it hasn't been quite the same, but usually, if DWAC is moving, DWAC, CFVI may be moving with it. It's not a big percent, though. I mean, it's not huge. And this other one, the AMTD, this was a crazy one from the, last week or earlier this week. But again, the percentages are not great. But if you saw like 6%, 7%, you've got to pay attention. And the DWAC is really moving. The DWAC is really moving. I find it an incredibly difficult intraday trader, but, this is really moving. All right, so both of them, the Captain, CPTN, and the Captain resumed. So Captain resumed. So you got to be careful. It did not continue. The ISPO. Yeah, it's going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Now, if you're looking for news like why this is happening, forget about it. Okay. I mean, this was a SPAC. Sitting at $10, basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. That, I don't know. I mean, maybe a Reddit crew got a hold of it and popped it to $108, if you can believe it. Then of course it fell all the way back down to 31, but. So here's, okay, this one. So, yeah, I mean, most of the time, of course, I'm only seeing stocks making new highs or new lows for the day with my scan. So this can help me, though, and I wouldn't consider this as a huge one, but the CYRN. If the CYRN had started to move and a big pop here, I would not see this, okay? Because my alerts are only going to be triggered if a stock makes a new high or low for the day. So the racing can help me find these stocks that are sort of maybe just trying to come back from a pullback, which I'm not a big pullback player. But certainly if I saw something that was really moving, big percent, I will get interested in it. I don't know anything about the Porsche IPO. Anybody in the room know what the symbol is going to be? Supposedly there's going to be a Porsche or Porsche IPO. I don't know TRD. Anybody know in the room? There were shorts available, obviously, for the DWAC. Not at E-Trade. My IB, I think so. I'm not noticing any 32, 36, 32, 36. Yeah, it looks like it's okay for me, JJ. You're talking about from within Interactive Brokers? You're not talking about this. You're talking about from within Interactive Brokers. Um, well, I mean, I guess I won't know 100%. I'm just looking at the charts. I'm looking at our charts. I'm looking at so our real-time data. It looks like it coincides with what I'm seeing in IB. So once you do a Google search on it, TRD though, just just see what they're talking about with the Porsche IPO. I've not heard about it at all. Okay, so somebody's saying it's a proposed, but it's not a real deal yet for Porsche. And whether it's going to be just in Frankfurt or U.S. market, I have no idea. Here's a link that somebody put in. But maybe you've seen this. I have not heard about the Porsche IPO. Thank you, Roberto. Oh, it depends on the. There's no such thing, Mario, for me. I mean, it depends on the price of the security, of course, but it's all about risk reward. So, for instance, use this as an example. If I got into a trade at $10, okay, and I saw there was good support at 9.90, 10 cents away, what I considered good support. And if I look on top, if I look above that $10 price, and I don't see any, say, resistance until, say, 10.40 or 10.50, then I look at that and go, okay, I can risk 10 cents to make, 40 or 50 cents as an example. I would not, for instance, if I saw good support, 10 cents away, but if I looked on top and there was a lot of resistance at 10.05, of course I'm not going to take the trade. I'm going to risk 10 cents to try to make 5 cents. So now I don't often, but I don't often take, say, something at $3 with a 2-cent stop and saying, okay, if I make 4 cents, that's a 1 for 2. I don't often trade like that. That's just me though. Okay. It really depends on the price of the security, but I mean, there are scalpers out there, I guess, that put a 2-cent stop on something and they make 4 cents. They take a whack of shares if they can get in and out. Yeah, I don't do that. So it's just not my style of trading. So TRD, yeah, the other trading room is way more active. So you can always head over there. There's just more action amongst traders in what I call the main trading room, okay? It's easier for me to post links too. Did it open? ISPO opened. Yeah, now it's a $2 spread, 62.10, 60.40, or 64. So it's almost as a $1.90 spread right now. Yeah, when every as Real is saying, every trade I go into, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay, so again, I just make the math simple. So if I'm risking 10 cents on the trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 20 cents. Okay, if I'm risking $1, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making $2 on the trade. If I look and I don't see that, what I call a reasonable expectation, I don't take the trade. Now, does that mean you'll see me? I'll get out of trades where maybe I only make, say, I risk $1 and I make only $1. Okay, that's because maybe it's moving, and it stalls and it starts coming back down. I'm not going to be crazy and just let myself be taken out either neutral or worse, lose money because I'm waiting for a 1 for 2. It may not happen. But I'm not going into the trade with that expectation. CNK, guys, looks like another leg down for CNK. CNK, we had the big gap up pre-market. This now look at this, it's gone negative. I did not believe this one for a second. Okay, and look at what the market's doing. I mean, so this is not following the market at all. Had the big gap up on earnings. So obviously they didn't lose as much as maybe the expectation were, but reality sets in. I mean, come on. What's AMC doing as an example? Yeah, I mean, so I mean, here is your headline. Yeah, sure, it beats earnings and revenue estimates. They still lost quarterly earnings of 5 cents a share. Actually, that's pretty good. They were supposed to lose of a loss of 14 cents a share. I mean, but that's on the quarter, okay? So, but the market's not impressed. It's just not impressed. The market was impressed here, pre-market. But here's your reality. All right, guys, it is now 11:30. I just want to confirm it'll be Andy in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. Not an alert, no. First of all, you're talking probably a 9 moving average like an EMA. Number one, we don't have EMAs, believe it or not. We have SMAs, but we don't have the 9 SMA. But these are filters. Okay, so not an alert based on that. No, you can filter for stocks that are at 30. Minimum of, say, a max of 30, or some kind of a range, 25 to 30 or whatever. But that's not an alert. Okay, it's a filter. Then you have to have some kind of a trigger, like an alert, maybe a new 5-minute low or a new 5-minute high, whatever you want. So you can see stocks that are near 30, but you don't get an alert, if that makes sense. It's a filter. But okay, so again, just to reiterate, configure And this is what we have for RSI, all right? RSI. So we have the 1 minute, 2, 5, 15, 60, or daily. So I mean, if you you pick these, and these are the time frames. You can't say, well, I don't want that. I want 20. I'm sorry. But now, so if you add this, say, let's say you pick the 60-minute RSI, and you want it to be a max of 30. That's what you'd do. And maybe a minimum of 25, if that's what you're trying to do. Find that little sweet spot there, if that's what you're looking for. But that's a filter, so it's only going to show you stocks. It's not going to show you when it hits 30. When? I have no idea, Vicky. No idea. I know Michael would like that, but I have no idea. Hasn't actually come up in a long time in our marketing meetings or anything, so I have really no idea. The big push is to get the charts earlier right now. Well, 63 trading days, so it's 3 months. But you're right. If that is a limitation. It does exist right now, but there is a little bit buggy. So, I actually. All right, let's see if there's another crank call. Yeah, it's the same one. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, I just pick up and say nothing. If nobody says anything, then I know it's a crank. Yeah, I mean, look, this was good. It was just a little too whippy for me, and I would have had to taken fewer shares to withstand, the stops that I put. So that's okay. But ultimately, yeah, I mean, this has been a nice one. It could have been. I don't know. I know we're one of the only households that has a landline. I know. Keep an eye on RXT, guys. What's the volume like right now? RXT, not bad. 500,000 shares. I mean, this is basing nicely just over 11. And it still has some room. If you look left, it still has some room. 1196. The longer this base is here, spread's okay. 1107, 1109. If this starts to move on some volume, of course, that's what I said yesterday. It had that big move on really no volume. Look, I mean, it really had no volume. Boy, another one I've kind of lost sight of. We talked about it earlier today. Was the LNTH? If it took out yesterday's high, which no problem. This is an all-time high now. LNTH, big earnings pop yesterday. Ping showed up. Why? Gap down and reverse. Ping was a gap down and reverse earnings play. Meanwhile, market is relentless right now. No give yet. Take a look at the SPY, okay? Let's take a look on the SPY on the weekly chart. In the monthly chart, look at these big bottoming tails here. So look at that big bottoming tail yesterday. Man, that was, how credible was that? Yeah, another open, another. Now, this was not showing up on the breakdown for me because I have a relative volume of 8 minimum. So that's why this was not showing up. But obviously still excellent. I mean, if you wanted to follow a 10-day daily breakout or breakdown at a lower relative volume, you would have picked up open very early. So if you're saying, well, why don't you just change your relative volume? I could, but I get enough alerts here. I don't want a ton of alerts. I like to concentrate on the ones that are, really, really having an abnormal day. I mean, an open is really having one. 5 is nothing to sneeze at. But I think what happened is I had it maybe at 3 to start, and I was just getting too many. So I upped it to 8 just to see, and I'm happy with it right now at 8. Now, when we get out of earnings season, I'll probably change it because we just won't get as many because most of these things are earnings. Company releases earnings, and they're not good. The reaction is not good. So the other big thing we're working on is trying to get these races starting early. I mean, it's okay if you're running a 30-minute race or a 10-minute race, waiting 30 seconds. But when you're running a 2-minute race, having to wait 30 seconds, seems like an eternity. So we want to get this down to about 5 seconds. Especially when you're, if you're an active trader, 30 minutes, 10 minutes doesn't matter. But even 5 minutes, I guess, doesn't matter. But I want to see the things that are moving now. Keep an eye on the RXT, guys. I really mean it. RXT. Well, the difference for me, Vicky, is that when I'm looking at a top list, I'm seeing, but if I want to see something that is sort of in the middle of the pack, that all of a sudden starts ramping up, the 30 seconds that the top list takes to update, I may not catch it. But to each his own, or her own. Also, I mean, it's just more visual. It's just, your eye certainly, I mean, look at it, ISPO. I mean, it certainly is more eye-catching, rather than staring at like an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, I mean, listen, it doesn't, we're not forcing anybody to use the races, but it seems to be getting more and more popular, so just a different way of presenting, the same data, just a different way of presenting the same data. Oh, 11:41, I just want to confirm it is Andy. Andy hasn't answered. Well, somebody will be in the YouTube room at noon when I take my break in about 20 minutes. RXT guys, I mean, I'm not telling anybody to take a trade. I'm just pointing it out. TRD, I think I saw a question after when Chris was in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, and I think you asked him about the RXT and where I found it. And I don't know if he answered. The reason I knew about RXT was because I had it thumbnailed. I'm always thumbnail some charts from the day before to see if they're going to have any action. So when I saw this, remember this is 2 days ago, I had this thumbnailed. Okay, so I was aware of it, and I thought, man, could this have some kind of a, could this keep going if it took out that level right there, that 940 level? And that's what happened. So it wasn't so much a scan that showed it, as opposed to, I've got some thumbnail charts. And, that's what you'll sometimes hear me say. I'm just looking at my thumbnail charts to see if anything is happening that would not necessarily be picked up on a scan. See, I mean, this is just not interesting enough. I think there's a way in which I can, maybe make it so I get a minimum of a 2% or something. Okay, so what this refers to, if you took this trade right here at 11:18, okay, you clicked on this, so what that's telling you, okay, there is a potential. That would be, again, a guide. That would be the bottom here would be the stop, 1067, okay, and as we've said before, the minimum that you want in a trade should be a 1-for-2 reward to risk. So whatever that difference is, between 11:18 before, and let's just say, let's make it easy. If the difference was when you got into the trade and the stop was 25 cents below, all the target is just 50 cents above, okay, the entry. So it's just kind of a guide. So the red, as it gets redder and redder, you're approaching your suggested stop. As you get greener and greener. Now listen, you would never get out if this trade was still working and if you were following this to a T, okay, and I don't, but I mean, I'm just saying if you did, and you said, okay, I took this trade is suggesting a stop here, and then all of a sudden, and it was moving higher, and it got up to that target, you wouldn't get out, all right, if it's still moving. I mean, you would never get out, right? Make sense? It's just kind of a visual saying, well, there's a minimum that you should be striving for. And that's with every time you click on an alert, this will change, of course, depending on the price. If you don't see it, okay, I'm on a development build. So if you don't see it quite like this, you should see it kind of in a more faded fashion, but you should see something. It used to always be, but I'm in a development build, so it may be that this is a little more eye-catching. Okay, with that 100 and the 200 and so that's all. And so if you don't see it like this, because if you do see the smart stop, and some people don't like that, but I mean the smart risk level. So if you right click on a chart You right click on a chart and click on properties, and then right at the bottom it says show smart risk levels. And if you check that, now if that's already checked, then there's nothing more for you, that you can do. Okay? Again, I'm always on a development build. And the reason being is that, I'm obviously I'm probably, if not the most, I'm the biggest user of trade ideas on a daily basis. And so I'm a bit of a guinea pig. They're always wanting me to use a development, see if there are any bugs that I can spot. So again, the same thing. They're saying, okay, if you took this trade at 2066, there would be your stop. Now you can't see. I mean, the problem is that green would be a lot higher if you could see it, on this chart. That's all. No, you see it here on the daily chart, and it's always going to be double. That it'll always be double. So whatever that width is, the green will be double that width. Again, nothing scientific, believe me, but it's just a bit of a visual guide. Yeah, it is definitely, yeah, development beta. So I mean, if I click on help and about, oops, help and about, it's going to tell me that I'm on 5.568. It should say development, but then you guys, the best you guys can have, I think, is 6.7 on the beta. Okay, give me one moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. Okay, what do we have here? Well, look at Yandex, guys. So my guess is RUSL is going to look virtually the same. Oops. RUSL. Actually, it's not. Yandex is really giving it up a little bit here. What did it get? 25 in the pre-market, down to 21 now. But the market is shrugging all this off. I mean, this is a big move. I am very surprised, very, very, very surprised that we're seeing this action today on top of what happened yesterday. That's why I won't be on MSNBC and trying to predict what the market's going to do. Yeah, Fetch is FTCH is another new high, yes. Now, to me, it looks like it's coming into, really good resistance around that 20, oh, wait a minute, the daily 2155. So that is that right? 2155, that looks like the next high looking left, 2155. So it may struggle at the whole number, 21, but then you've got this area right here too. So it's hard to know if it can take all this out, then it's got a lot of room, but so I'm just checking the AI. Really nothing terribly exciting. I mean, Johnson and Johnson, J&J, yeah, not bad. I mean, 161, 165 on a percentage basis. It is a big. Sorry, on a percentage basis, it's 2.5%. That's typically why I don't get too excited about the more expensive ones. But hey, that's just me. I mean, this has got a shot, I guess, to the 200-day moving average, J&J. These idiots in YouTube try to the bots that want you to click on something and then that destroys the thread. All right, guys, I'm just biding my time right now. I'm just waiting for Andy. I think it's going to be Andy. He hasn't confirmed that, but somebody will take over at noon. So what I'm going to do right now is just put the YouTube link in. You can head over there while I take my break. He's not there yet, so you don't have to go yet, but and I'm just going to put it here. Okay, I'm not on mute yet, but I just wanted to get the announcement there. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. I'm not going. Though today I am off at 2:20. I have to. The room will be open until 3:30, and YouTube will remain. Chris Farley will take over for me at 2:20.
Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me and see my screen. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right, great. Thank you. Just call you BG. Thank you, BG. Appreciate it. All right, guys, welcome to the support session. And this is Andy. All right, longtime trader here. And for some of you guys who may be, I guess we got one more day for the test drive on Monday. So it's nice. It gives you trade ideas through the weekend. So you can check it out, even though you won't have any live market action. The data will all be there, so you can check out and work with your alerts. And hello, hi BG, how are you? Let me see if I lost a bunch of people here. No, it looks pretty good. Good. All right. All right, for some of you guys who may be in here for the first time, I doubt it, but just in case, this is the support webinar. We take over the live stream for about an hour and to ask any questions that you might have regarding the software. And if you're having a configuration issue, anything to do with the software, except probably B+, and if you're having issues with trades and stuff, so cause sometimes we got to go back and look into the support files and work with that. So, but anything else we can probably tackle. All right, let's take a look at let's take a look at the market. It seems like a lot of these averages are trying to get through that 10-period moving average. Is there a streaming scanner that continues scanning?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, John, if you build an alert window, it's going to continue, scanning for you. And all of our top lists, although they have a 30-second refresh, will continue with data. I'm not sure. Are you talking about like a streaming like along the bottom, like you see in our compare count window, where the tickers stream along the bottom? I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about there. I mean, you can build any alert system if you don't have a lot of filters in it. That will continue to. Well, it's not really a stream. It's more of a alerting you. Okay, Debbie, your 5-minute reversal alerts have worked out well, either as a reversal or others often as a continuation. Not many stocks making 5 bars in a row in the same direction. Yeah, that can. Hold on just one second. All right. Had to make a little trade there. Streaming, it says stocks hitting over VWAP by 1+%. Yeah, you can definitely build that. And anytime all those filters are satisfied and it's hitting a new high, it's going to give you an alert. Now, if you want to call that a stream, that's fine. It's going to continue to alert you on each high as long as your filters are satisfied. So just a very simple concept when you build an alert. Okay, you're going to have an alert window, and in case your alert would be, let me scratch. Okay, so you mentioned stocks hitting over a VWAP plus 1%. Well, you're going to have to use an alert in that situation. Okay, now you can build a top list with those parameters in it, and it's going to give you just a constant field of symbols, kind of like this top list right here, my revenue growth fishing. Okay, all my filters are being satisfied. In your case, your filter would be 1% over VWAP, and definitely want to put your price parameters that you like in there, maybe your average daily volume, because you would get a ton of data, just using that one filter. So that's probably if you're not looking for a new high or something like that, it's probably best just to build a top list, and that way it's going to just give you every symbol that is satisfying your VWAP over by 1%. I mean, we can do that real quick. I assume you're talking about the intraday VWAP. So we would just come in here, and we would do VWAP 1, distance from VWAP 1. We would add filter, and we would put 1% as a minimum. That means everything has to be above, this filter. I'm sorry, above the 1% above the VWAP. Excuse me, just one sec. Unfortunately, I don't think our VWAP tracks intraday and post-market. And let me explain to you guys why a lot of our filters don't do this. It's intentional. Because in pre-market and post-market, your volume typically on most of the stocks are anemic, okay? So what happens is you may get some prints way out of the money, and it's going to affect the data on your VWAP when the real market opens, because you got these crazy, prints, in pre-market. Now, for some of your news items or faster moving stocks, it probably is not going to make that much of a difference because they're doing lots and lots of volume. But we can't train our filters only to look for, things like that. So we have to build this to where some of these filters only work during live market action. Same thing goes with relative volume. Everybody asks, why don't you have relative volume in pre-market? Well, the problem is, once again, 95% of the stocks are going to be doing anemic volume in pre-market. So if you include that volume in the live market action, it's going to skew your relative volume by a wide margin. So that's the reason why you cannot use some of our filters. Now, there's many of them that you can use, and there's some workarounds you can do for volume. For example, you can use volume today percentage, okay, and it's going to include pre-market and aftermarket. But your VWAP is not going to include your intraday VWAP is just going to include live market action, okay? So if you want to build it, you just do distance from VWAP 1, put a minimum of 1%. Then, of course, you want to add maybe you're looking for relative volume, at least 2. Change from close. I don't guess you need that since you're using a VWAP percentage there. Maybe volume today. Maybe you want stocks at least to have traded 200,000 shares a day, so it's tradable. And just do something like that, and then you can just build your columns. And you can do change from close, relative volume. Volume in the 5 minutes, always a good one. And, of course, distance from VWAP, that would be a great one to add since that is your main filter. Come in here, and I'll share this with you. We'll just build it, and I'll share it. And we'll do... We'll just call it distance. Let's see. 1% above VWAP 1. Okay. I selected no alerts. Gosh, I was building dang it. I could go to a T window. Do this again. 1%. Volume today, 200,000. Relative volume 2. And we'll go back in and add our columns. I definitely want price. Change from close. Relative volume. Volume in the 5-minute. And distance from VWAP. Hi, Iris. How are you? Above VWAP 1. All right, so there you have it. Okay, everything in here is going to be, and you can, of course, you can sort it by distance from VWAP. So we know these stocks are going to be up big on the day because they're going to be higher than VWAP. Oh, thank you, Iris. That's nice to hear. My Texas accent doesn't annoy you. Some of these ones good Lord, why is there just one big giant volume bar on this one in this morning? It's crazy. So that would be how you do it, John. I'll share this with you. You may want to work through the filters when you to fit, maybe your price. I got a lot of prices in here. Let's at least put a $5 minimum on this. Let's do 5 to 100. That way we'll kind of narrow our price range there. There we go. And I'll share this with you, and then you can do it in alert form, but you're just going to have to use like a new high alert, maybe a 15-minute alert, a 15-minute high alert, whatever you want to use. But let me share this with you. This is definitely going to show you the stocks that are maybe not strong from the change to the close. You can see this PING still down on the day, but look at that move it's had in the intraday VWAP. It's definitely at 1%. Your VWAP would probably be around, 1875 or something like that. So definitely effective. It's pretty good alert. So I'll let me see your top list. So I'll definitely share it with you. 1% greater than VWAP 1. Oh, shoot. There we go. Here's the code. Excuse me, let me get some water. All right, another one. I would like to build an alert for a bounce off the SMA. For example, going down to the 20 SMA and bouncing on relative strong volume. For 5-minute charts would be great. What alert would you take? All right, BG, that's I'm just trying to think about that. No, let me ask you this: you're looking for a 20-minute SMA on a 5-minute time frame? It wouldn't make sense to use like a daily 20 SMA. You would probably want to use it on a 5-minute time frame, obviously, if you're looking for it. So it looks like you're looking for a bounce. So do you want the stock to be strong on the day? There's several things I need to know. Uh, okay. Okay. So let me ask you this: are you looking for a stock that's strong and then pulling back to that 20, or maybe? Well, it would have to be if you're looking at the intraday of a 5-minute chart. It's going to have to be up on the day if it's pulling back to your 20. Let me see if I can build something there. All right, so obviously you want an alert. You want to be alerted to this. And first thing we want to do is put the 20 SMA on a 5-minute chart. So we are going to do change from 20 SMA. Right there is the one we want. 20 period SMA on a 5-minute. Add filter. And what I like to do, if you want them around that area, just bracket them. Just so put negative 0.05 in the minimum and put 0.05 in the max. And what you're doing there is you're kind of making a small bracket around that moving average. So you'll be alerted to it when it. Now this is not an alert. This is just a filter. So we're going to have to use something that's causing it to pull back to this area. So probably what I'll do is use like a 5-minute low or something like that. We can actually use a 5-minute and a 15-minute low. You can use multiple alerts. I don't like doing that usually, but it works. So let's put some other parameters once again. Let's put volume 200. Today, let's make sure the stock is up a certain percentage, right? You're looking for stocks that are strong and pulling back to that on the 5-minute time frame. So what we'll do is this can actually, I've built some stuff like this. This actually can be a good entry point for stocks. So let me, how do I want to do? Let's go to alerts first, and let's select 5-minute low. And for right now, let's go ahead and throw a 15-minute low in there too to see if we get more alerts. Okay. Change from the close. Let's do at least up 2%. 2%. We can always come back if we're not getting a lot of alerts coming through. We can come back and change this to 1%. But we want to assure that we're kind of eliminating a lot of the junk that would be coming through. Oh, that's volume today percentage. Not going to get anything on that. Relative volume. Let's just put 1.5 in there. Make sure it's doing above normal volume, because you did mention you'd like to see it on relative strong volume. So let's go ahead and jack it up to 2. All right. Let's just start out simple like that, and then we'll come in here and add the columns. And I always like using change from close. I always like using relative volume. 5-minute volume may be good to see if it's pulling back. You want to see if it's pulling back on big volume. And we don't need to use this. We know it's going to be hitting that 20-period moving average because we have it bracketed. I think that's probably all we need. Let's just name this pullback. To 20 SMA 5-minute chart. All right, let's see what we got here. Now I got to put this on a 5-minute chart, otherwise it's not going to marry up. I'm going to have to add a 20-period moving average too. All I have in here is so let me do that first. Indicators, moving average, 20 period, and see, I think I already have a blue one in there and a red one. Let's see. Let's go with the green. Okay, and then let's go with a 5-minute time frame. And let's see what we got this morning coming through here today. Lot. We're getting not too bad. That's not too bad. Let's go to about 10 o'clock in the morning and see. Okay, there you had one. Gapped up, and there's your 20-period moving average. So you did get alerted on that one. We would have to sit through a little wiggle and jiggle, but not bad. OPTT, good one right there. Look at that move. And there's your green bar. That's where you got it alerted. That's what I love about our little arrows when you're going back and doing your homework. It's going to show you what time frame the alert went off. Zynga. Yep, there you go. This seems to be working very good. This one was a gap up, and it slopped around, and there you got your little alert right there. Nice one there. Wonder why. Let me see. It must be in there somewhere. Yeah, I'm not sure why this did not trigger there as well. It may have been I bet you I know why, because we had volume at a minimum volume of 200,000. So at that time, it probably hadn't done the minimum volume it needed. OPTT, yeah, I mentioned that one. That was a nice one. Bud, there's a good one. So this one can be effective. I'll share it with you, and this is the kind of thing you want to do if you're like me and don't like really chasing highs. Maybe you can build something where you can catch some stocks on a pullback. So I'll share this with you. Let me put it back on real time so you'll get it in real time. And Iris will be happy. I'm building alerts today. Pull back him to 20. All right, there you go, BG. Okay, let me see. Go back and see. There's more questions here. Let's see. Debbie asked if a race is moved up as a tab rather than showing. Does the race still continue? What do you mean, Debbie, by a tab? Let's see. I got a race going over here somewhere. No, I do. I got so much stuff over here. There was that IRNT. It's been strong today. Yeah, Debbie, I'm trying to. Let's see. Let me read this again. If a race is moved up as a tab, I don't know, Chris, if you're out there, do you know what she's referring to? Okay, let's see. Hidden from view by holding the race over the centering tool. Yes, it will continue. I mean, if I minimize this and it goes down into my taskbar, okay, it's still down there running. Okay, anytime you have it, yeah. As long as TI is running, you haven't closed down your systems, no matter where you have it, and if it's in your layout somewhere, whether it's a docked window or a just a free floating window like mine, and you minimize it, it's still going to is still going to race. Let's just pull it up just to, to confirm. And yeah, I don't run mine in a docked window, so I can't be 100% positive in that for that. But you know what? We have them in our docks. We have them in our races. So if you pull up your docked channel bar and you have your races going like this, and I'm not familiar with tab. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I mean, I know if I close this or if it's behind my layout, it's still running. I guess you're talking about, you cannot close this tab for sure. Obviously, you're not going to get the race if you close it. But if you pull it somewhere and it's hidden, I will think at that. Yeah, as long as it's you didn't close it out and your trade ideas is running, you'll be fine. Okay. All right. Gwen writes, "Hi, Andy. When a price alert triggered is hit, the line on the graph turns green. If a stock hits the alert again, it doesn't pop up with text to speech again. Can we make it to give it an alert again?" Well, if you have, I mean, like this alert we just built, okay, are you... Okay, what it's going to do, I'm not sure what you mean. If that's a new feature, if it's going to draw a line on your chart, I'm not sure what you mean by, let's see. When a price alert, a price alert, I'm sorry. The green line on the graph turns green. If the stock hits the alert again, it doesn't pop up with text to speech again. Correct. Once a price alert is triggered, okay, it goes into what's called triggered. So it's no longer an open price alert. Okay, it's triggered and it's done. You can send a feature request, but yeah, we're not probably more than likely you're just going to have to reset it. I mean, we can't. I mean, it can't just go back to like auto working. It's kind of what you're asking for it to just continue to be working at that level. Yeah, I mean, you could put in a feature request, Gwen, but I don't know about that one. Let's see, so it looks like. So yeah, you're saying if the stock hits the alert again, I mean, once the price alert is triggered, it's really no longer a price alert. So it can go through that area several times, and you're not going to get it again, nor are you going to get a text to speech again. You can make that request, Gwen. I don't know if that's something they can do to just have basically have it to basically auto refresh into the working. But yeah, in most cases, you just have. I mean, the good thing about it is when it does trigger, it flashes up on your screen like this and flashes for you. But yeah, it's going to go into in what's called trigger category, and it's not going to be there anymore for now. But once again, you can ask for a feature request. You're welcome. You're welcome, Gwen. Let's see, Iris. Let's see. Even though I prefer to join. Yeah, stocks are moving up. Yeah, it's buying pullbacks is definitely it's a different game. But here's what I like to tell people. Okay, you're gonna notice if you're an active trader. Okay, majority of the time when you I don't want to call it chase a stock, because a stock may be attempting to break out. But as a very active day trader for 17 years, what I notice is, how many times have you just bought a stock at highs when it's breaking out and you didn't experience any pain? And maybe not pain, but you very seldom do you buy a stock and it's what I call a no pain trade, where it never goes down below your entry point. Majority of the time, okay, you're going to experience a pullback, so that's why I'm not a big fan of buying highs. Now, I will, obviously, if the stock is if it meets all my parameters and I'm looking for a swing trade or something like that. Let me try to give an example of one here that I bought today. Yeah, it's QDale. I bought, actually, it's pulling back on me now, but this was one I did buy at highs. I like the way this relative strength as the market was going lows. Now, I actually got this in my live account at 105.30. I just bought it, had to buy it in my, I keep track of it in my B Plus, Brokerage Plus, but this is the case where I did, buy highs because it was marrying up to everything I liked on this daily setting. But in many cases, I'm better off, I'm better served if I wait and be patient and buy a pullback. Now, I know sometimes you're going to miss it, and what you can do, a lot of cases, maybe you can buy half of your position, don't get a full position, telling yourself, hey, if it pulls back, I'm going to add. Now, that's not averaging down. That's a total different thing. You can you can buy lower, okay? Stocks going against you if that is your plan, okay? In other words, I like the stock here, but I'm expecting it to pull back, so I'm just going to buy half of my position here, okay? Then if it pulls back to another level, let's say right here, I'm going to buy maybe the second half, but totally different than averaging down, okay? Those are two different things, okay? And I'll argue till I'm blue in the face with people. They'll tell you never should buy stocks that are going against you, more of them. But if that is your plan, it's a total different situation. But I hear you. Some people don't like buying pullbacks. All right. Let me see. Good question, though. Make sure you guys are... All right, JP. I have many watch lists in TC2000. I would like to import them into TI and run a scan against that list when the market opens. For example, gaps, relative volume. Yeah, I don't know why you can't. I mean, unfortunately, you're probably going to have to do. I mean, you could do we can export our symbols. For example, if we click this right here and you right click and you go to save content, okay, and then you can save it as an Excel file. So I'm sure you can do that when you're building a symbol list. I haven't done that yet, but I know you can. I don't know if you can import them. You may have to just copy and paste. It makes it easy. Nothing's going to be done, I don't think, where you can link the two softwares together and have it being done automatically. Okay, but JP, I think it's going to be easy, whether you're exporting or a simple copy and paste. And I know that takes a little time, but should be able to to do it. Maybe if you want to send an email and I'll ask a tech guy what's the easiest way. You send it to info. Let me go ahead and drop that email in there. Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward. To follow up on your second question there, it shouldn't. It should be. Once again, I'm sure you can have quick access to those watch lists in TC2000. where you can, like you do with Trade Ideas, where you can, export them to a Excel file. I just don't know if there's a quicker way to get them in ours without, having to copy and paste. I don't know. Yeah, that once again, this is a swing trade for me. I don't like the action I'm getting here for sure, coming back and breaking below its 10 period. But once again, this is a swing trade for me, and like I love the way it's. I found it on my relative growth fishing, and yeah, that's popped up and it's been holding up above these moving averages. So. Yeah, I would prefer it just keep going higher, but hey, I'm still almost a buck above my entry, so I sometimes just got to sweat it out. Yeah, but to answer your question, BG, this is revenue growth fishing, and you can find it if you go to the channel bar and just go to the Traders Vault. It'll be in there. It's one I find a lot of gems on at times. These are stocks that are, there's a good one right there. Possibly, like to have seen that earlier. I like to catch these early if I'm going to catch them, not chase, because they are in a downtrend. They're risky kind of trades, but if you hit them, they can be huge winners. What I like about them is they have to have a certain amount of quarterly revenue growth. Okay, and you can see that all these in here, they have to be over 20%. And QDEL is just one I've been stalking for a few days for it to break. See this level right here? Now, I'm expecting, these are sometimes tricky, and you got to sit through some wiggles and jiggles. Sometimes they don't go when you want to, but I did like that level right there. And remember, guys, the market over the last several days were getting hit, and this thing was up, almost every day. So that's what you call relative strength. Even though the chart doesn't look that good, it was displaying relative strength at the time. So that was my logic there, BG, for the QDEL. Okay, see, JP, I guess what I'm asking, is it better to trade based on what TI presents versus personal watch list? Well, that's subjective. It really is. I mean, I have stocks. Everybody has stocks that they like to trade. A lot of stocks have a personality, and you have a good feel for them. But the beauty about Trade Ideas, okay, no one beats us with as far as real-time alerts go. There's a lot of good scanning products out there, but when it comes to really good opportunity, snappy price alerts, Trade Ideas is far better than anyone else out there. So I would do a little, maybe test around, JP, and do a little both, like Barry trades a watch list pretty much. I mean, he will venture off, but a lot of times he'll just stick with his watch list, things that he has on there. He drops them into a race. He's using his races now to watch them, and does very well. Me, I've always been one that kind of will do a little bit of homework, but then let the market talk to me and tell me what's working and what's not. But yeah, I think that's subjective, JP. I don't want to tell you to do one thing if you've been trading your watch list and doing very well with it. I mean, if it makes money, that's the key. That's the key right there. If it's profitable. Great, man. Love to hear that, JP. And listen, there's people, there's so many people out there that will tell you, how to trade, what to look for, and the whole key is what works for you. Okay, like what works for me sometimes doesn't work for a lot of people. I've been trading a long time, and sometimes I have a gut feeling. I'll give you an example, and I'm not saying this to brag. The other traders can tell you this. I actually mentioned it in a Twitter Spaces we were having the other day. Is yesterday morning at the open, I loaded up on tech stocks because my logic is, I mean, stocks like Facebook, were just getting killed. That's one I bought. Shopify I bought. Yeah, these stocks that have been getting destroyed, down, some of them down 65, 70%. I mean, some solid companies. I mean, yes, growth stocks weren't doing that good, but a lot of times, I'll take my chance and be just kind of counterculture to what a lot of technical analysis people will say. I mean, all these were under their, key moving averages. What else? PayPal. I bought PayPal yesterday at around 95. I mean, it's just one of those kind of things. It works for me. A lot of times, I don't know if it's through experience or what, but when now I didn't load up big time. I'm going to be honest with you. I traded very small size. But when you get these kind of moves, when you get, these 10, 15, 20% moves, you don't have to get into a lot of size, okay? And if you're wrong, you can get out quick because you got small size, maybe a quarter of what you normally would play. But it's just an example that, there's nothing technical about these charts that look good. All right, and if you wanted to wait for these things to get above their moving averages, you're going to be buying them up, PayPal up here at 200, or at least above its 50 there, around 160 or something like that. Now, I can, I scalped out of some yesterday, half of my positions, and I kept them. But I will say I just sold. I did just sell PayPal because the market. I don't like where these markets are running into their moving averages, so I took some profits. But I still have. I still have Shop. I'm looking at my left over here. I still have Facebook. I still have AFRM, which has been just getting destroyed. I wish it would get through that moving average like the other ones did, though. But anyway, back to my point. I'm not saying that, guys, because I make bad trades just like anybody else. But I guess what works for you. Don't let anybody tell you, how to trade, okay? Because you need to find a niche, that's good for you, that works for you. Now, there are certain, guidelines and rules that if you stick to them, you're probably going to be more consistent. I do buy stocks, that are above the movement, like the QDL. I don't think that's it's crazy, position there. It's above its 10, above its 20, still below its 50-period moving average. But things like this. I don't buy highs. It's just not my style. Now, once again, I will if it's a breakout on volume, huge volume. I definitely will. But Sean's another trader who he'll buy highs and sell higher, but he's much of a longer term trader than I am. My average time in a trade is probably 3 to 5 days. His is probably 3 to 5 months. So just, and I do some scalping too. I don't, day trading anymore, but I will. But anyway, I just wanted to share that because, getting back to your watch list, man, if you have a watch list and you're doing well in trading it and you have stocks that you like to trade, it doesn't matter. I used to know a guy that all he would do was trade Apple. That's all he traded was Apple. He did very well. So he just, knew how it worked. How its personality and how it traded. Yes, BG. This is a tough market for back testing because it's anytime you get volatility like this, it just kind of, you need to wait for it. Thank you, JP. You need to wait for it to settle down because here's the thing about back test. Your back test is going to be good as the current market conditions that we have. And you may say, well, what good is a back test if it's not going to work in every market condition? The key, when you build an alert that has a really good back test, let's say you're in a bull market like we've been over the last, feels like 13, 14 years, and you have a bullish alert that back tests very, very well. It's not so much that you have a great test, a great alert. It's when to implement that alert. So, for example, this one right here, this pullback above 50 SMA long swing. This used to back test really good. Okay, it's a simple strategy, and I can probably pull up a chart here and tell you. So what it looks for is stocks that are above the 50-period moving average, okay, and they're taking out the prior day high, and that's when you're going to get the alert. Okay, they have to be in the lower half of their 5-day range. Now this back test, I haven't even tested it, but I can tell you right now it's going to suck if I do it now. But when the market during this period, this thing was golden. Okay, and it's a swing trading alert. And you could day trade it as well, but it's mostly designed for swing trading. But what happens is you got to be careful when even in this market when it was working very well. There's certain times that you would probably want to use this and turn it on. And what you want to avoid is when the stock market breaks down below key levels, say like a 20-period moving average or a 50-period moving average. And during this chop right here, I can promise you it wasn't working that good. Okay, why? It's because the market. The market you had selling pressure. Okay, people were trying to get out of stocks. Now, when we bounced back above this 50 right here, you probably had a period of a couple of months where it did really well. Okay, once again, when it fell down into this mess, it probably, and especially this mess, it probably not working as well anymore. So. Every alert and every top list are basically subject to what the market's doing. Okay, so keep that in the back of your mind. That is why there's no golden goose out there. There's no. Everybody's looking for it, but there's nothing. Even a lot of these algo hedge funds, they don't beat the S&P 500. Just because, and once again, there's certain times when algos work and certain times when they don't. And the whole key is not building a great alert. It's knowing when to turn it on and off. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. I've just been rambling on. What is the race I mentioned? This one right here. It's just an alert that I built, and I just turned on the race. I turned it on in the morning, let it run all day, and it's going to show me over a 15-minute. I think it's set for 15 minutes. Yeah, it's a 10-minute race. I need to fix that. I like the 15-minute. I use a 15-minute bar time frame on my chart, so I want to run my races on a 15-minute. And it's just winners from the open. I like winners since the open versus winners since the close, because the stock may gap up, 10%, and sells off all morning, but you're still going to see it because it's still up 5% on the day or whatever. So I like winners since the open, and I'll just share this with you. Actually, you can change the price range in it. Let me see if I can find it. It's a good little race to run, especially in the first couple of hours of the day. Okay. Wait, there we go. I'm just going to share one. I have one for $10 to $30 and one it's the exact same alert. I just got the price range from 1 to 10 and 10 to 30. And probably what I'm going to do is take this and make it just one of them from 5 to like 50 or something like that. Winner since open, but you can mess around with the price ranges and do whatever you want. But there you go. There's your race. All right. Let's see. I'm sorry, guys, just reading the questions here. Making sure I didn't miss any. Yeah, that's pretty easy, BG. Just looking for NASDAQ stocks that are up on the day. I think we probably even have one in our biggest. Maybe go to the. Let's see. But here's the key. I mean, it's really easy to do. All you have to do. Let me just build it real quick, Stella. Top list. Okay. So if you're looking for NASDAQ stocks, first thing you want to do is to go to the exchanges. It's going to be defaulted to the 4 major exchanges. You can just take off 3 of them there and just leave the NASDAQ. Okay. And now you really don't have to use any filters. Okay. What you want to do is sort. I'm sorry, not sort. You want to add columns. Okay. So in this case, you're going to do change from close. Let's do it this way. Price, change from close, relative volume. And let's see if we want to add anything else. Maybe volume in the 5 minutes so you see volume coming in there. Like I'm missing something here. Well, you can add the columns you want, but this is all you have to do. And then you go to your sort here, and you want to sort from change from the close, biggest on top, and that should fire off and let you know what you got here, and everything should be. There you have it. Those are your NASDAQ stocks. Now, I do see, going to eliminate these warrants and ETFs. The best way to do that is go to earnings per share and just do this little hack and put positive 0.01 in the minimum, negative 0.01 in the max. Okay, now we eliminated all that, and you are getting the biggest gainers, and that's really all there is to it. I don't like that little header strategy menu, whatever you want to call it. But there you go. That's all there is to it. And I'll share this with you. NASDAQ. Winners. There you go. BG. All right, let me make sure. Yeah, JP. I mean, here's the thing about trading on technicals. I mean, you're going to be more consistent if you're finding, stocks that are, trending in a, one of my is above all moving averages, 5-day sort. Let me just do above all moving averages. Major SMAs. Okay. So if you find strong, charts like this and above all their major moving averages, especially some of the newer traders, I would probably, stick to that, especially because the beautiful thing about, when you're trading technically, you really have a better feel of, better guidelines, I should say, of when to get out of a trade or when to enter a trade, because you're using technical analysis when doing it. A lot of that, gut, the more and more you trade, and I'm not talking days, I'm probably talking months, if not years. You get a better gut feel of price action and how you can be a contrarian at times. But using something technical is probably the best. Your win rate's going to be a lot better. Some of these bottom fishing that I do, I know I can get a huge percentage when I'm right, but I'm also very disciplined when I'm wrong to get out. Okay, I don't mess around, and here's the market probably getting tired here. But let's see if it can hold its 10-period moving average there. But yeah, playing stocks that are strong, okay, above their moving average, okay, is probably going to be, the best bet for newer traders. This is a great little setup here today, just like it had earnings yesterday. Not sure why. Was it yesterday morning or yesterday afternoon? It's post-market yesterday. Well, that was a beautiful one right there. Wish I would have seen that. But anyway, getting back, it's just, smartest thing to do. And I trust me, I will look for these setups as well, definitely. I don't like chasing. In other words, if this stock was going up here, it's taking out highs, I'm going to buy it here. No, I don't do that after a move like that. That's just me. I don't like doing that. But anyway, I hope that helps you out. And I'll share this one as well, in case some of you guys don't have it. It's just a way to find stocks that are above all its major moving averages. It's going to be strong stocks. All right, let's see. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it, buddy. Okay, yeah, sorry about that, BG. I wasn't sure what you were talking about that. All right. All righty. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have time to build anything else, BG. But you're welcome. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Looks like we got it all. All right, guys. So I'm going to have Barry to come back in here in a couple of minutes. Any last questions that you might have, hit me up. You're welcome, JP. Thank you. You're welcome, Debbie. Thank you. You're welcome, BG. You are very welcome. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. You're welcome, Jacques. You have a nice weekend, too. See that some of these tech stocks are getting a little bit tired here. The Q's running into that moving average. It's kind of what you expect. Keep in mind, guys, we're still below, for the most part, most of our moving averages. Okay, even the Q's are now back below their 10 periods. So this is a level. I actually put on some more hedge today. I've been playing the SPXS as my hedge as I buy these lows, so I'm always hedged. But okay, Barry looks like he's streaming. All right, guys, I am out of here. Let me get my UBS going. You guys have a great weekend.
All right, guys, I think I'm back in the YouTube room. I'm just going to have to do some trying to fix this top list. So what I'm trying to do is put another top list in there and click on the, okay, right, click on the race, open the top list. Okay, and then change it. I'm talking to myself, I know. Give me a moment, guys. Just want to see if I can do this right now. All right, duplicate into what? Brokerage Plus. Okay. Hey, Mike. Yeah, give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to figure out if I've made this change correctly. I may have to. Yeah, I think I have to relaunch the way I'm racing it. It's not picking up. Yeah, it's not picking up the new. It's not picking up the new top list yet. Okay, guys. All right. I'm gonna have to just nix that. Anyway, back at Silica, SLCA, on the move. I just mentioned this, man, I think about 50 cents ago. All the volume that just came in, look at the volume that came in on the 2 minute. It's still kind of started to wane a little bit here, but 5 minute increasing, 15 minute increasing. Why is that top list there? Just, I'm perplexed. All right, sorry guys, I'm gonna have to do this after hours. I don't know why that's not working. I'm trying to change the top list in here and it's just not allowing. Maybe I have to do it, close down trade ideas and then relaunch it. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. So let's take a look. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Yeah, the RXT didn't really rip. You have to wait and see if this this is a little pullback. See if this wants to move. You know, it looks like if it can take out. I mean, look at all the consolidation around the 1120 mark. I mean, it still has some room looking left to 1196. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but. Oh, I think I know. I think I know what to do. All right. One last kick at this. Okay, just give me a moment here. I think I'm going to get this. Okay, I did it. Okay. So now, Brokerage Plus. Okay, I think I've done it. Choppy. I mean, remember we were looking at this Indo a little while ago. We were looking at all these topping tails, okay, and it just could not break out. Now maybe it's going to now. 1120. Well, just as I said that, look at this. Look at the volume that's coming in. It's all about the volume, guys. Look at that 5-minute volume bar. You know, compared to it's bigger than the previous one, and you know you've got to go way back here until you see anything close. And the time is 1:08, so it still has another minute. A little over a minute to close. So that volume is increasing for Indo. Just give me a moment. Now I've confused myself. Just, let's see when this race starts. If it starts the way I want it to, then I know I'm okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. All right. or not. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute, okay? I'm just trying to fix this. I want to do this before the market closes. And I'm going to be leaving in about an hour. So the room will be open. Chris Farley will take over for me when I leave, both the YouTube and the main room, okay? I have an appointment at 3 that I can't get out of, so I have to take off. So he graciously said he would look after both rooms for me when I do leave. Okay, I have. Let me just put myself on mute one more time. All right, guys, if that doesn't work, I'll just have to work on it on the weekend. Meanwhile, Ping continues to move here. This has been a... Yeah, something screwed up. You see, this should be on the top here, so I've just... There's some option that I'm not just getting. All right, I'm just going to take a look at a few other earnings plays that have not shown up on any of my scans other than the fact that they are earnings plays. And TALO. TALO is one of them. It's up, it's near the, it's a 3-month high. You can see that. It's a 3-month high. However, it is hardly, it's just, man, they must have done a million reverse splits. Maybe not a million, but a lot of reverse splits, because this is only, even though it looks like in the 2-year range, it's 63%, 3-month, 104%. It's only 0.3% above its lifetime range. So it must have done a lot of reverse splits. One reason I'm not getting any alerts, I had my sound, I did a rookie error there, had my sound toggle off, so I couldn't hear anything even if I wanted to. So Ping just went positive, guys. PING just went positive, and it is probably right at yesterday's high. Actually, no, almost at yesterday's high. So this doesn't interest me that much. It could easily get stalled. Excuse me, it stalled at yesterday's high. If somehow it broke out of that, it really just only has another 50 cents. So. Nice stress-free chart from here, yes, very much so. But again, probably coming into, that critical area of resistance. Yeah, look at it on the 2-minute, hardly any downturn. On the 5-minute, nothing. Of course, the 15, it's straight up. FUV, rising from the dead, okay. It is rising from the dead. All right, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm just showing you guys how, if you want to do short something, the mechanics of it. I just want to get rid of this. Okay, what's happening with, CIAN? Let's take a look at what's happening with CIAN. Not much, really. I want to see like a big 5 or 10% here. That'll get me interested. You're still in Indo. You move the stop to 1090. What price did you get in at? Right around here? Right around 1120 or so? Obviously not. Obviously you would have taken some off if you'd been in here. Second at 1105. Okay. Now, look, guys, I mean, I may be wrong. I mean, Ping may just rip right through this high here, 2051. 2051, if it does, I mean, it has a shot to get to the 21 level. And that is Ping, P-I-N-G. They won't leave me alone. Just a minute. No, that's a new one, actually. I haven't heard that one before. They just suspended my social, in Canada, the social insurance number. I don't know what you guys call it in the States, due to suspicious activity. So all you have to do is phone them and give them my right one, and then they'll look after it. Ah! Oh, man. That's a new one on me. Haven't heard that one before. All right, guys, listen, this market right now is a little bit flat and boring. I mean, compared to yesterday, you know, we had this fabulous run from basically 10 o'clock on, all the way up without almost nonstop till almost noon. And now we're just kind of resting here. So I'm not seeing too many more. Yeah, let's take a, yeah, the IMPP could be interesting if it holds that 2 level. What sort of room does it have? Looking left, the next high looking left is 236. So, oh, wait a minute. No, we have this day over here, this big gap up day, 345. So, well, Ping, are you going to take out 2050? I mean, you might. Aha, there's the G dot, guys. The G dot. No, okay, I'm sorry. This is a late alert. This is a late alert for me. Yeah, it's because you know, I'm sorry, guys. I'm talking to myself here, but it's because I did a reload in trade ideas. But PLTK is moving. PLTK is moving. Oh, that's why. Sure, why not? Dow's up almost 800. After, what was it up yesterday? I mean, it had a massive rally. That's the one I did not think might go positive. You know, it was a foregone conclusion that NAS and SPY was, but Dow also, man. Well, guys, ping is over. Ping is over that 2050 mark. And the market, and look, the market's trying to put it in a green bar. Just amazing. Yeah, 1,600 points. Why not? All right, well, I'm going to forget about the RXT. I guess it's not going to do what I thought it might do, so I'm going to forget about that. Ping, well, let's see. I mean, can it really take out that 2050 and have a run to the 21? Nothing is really stopping it right here other than that high of yesterday, 2051. Now, if this stops it right there, again, just to reiterate why I always look left on these higher time frames. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's only one day, but it's amazing. Not being able to take out yesterday's high could just stall it. Nothing stalling this TAL though to move down. Wow, look at this. Almost an all-time low now for TAL. Of course, this, can you imagine this was a $90 stock? China Education. IMPP, guys, I mean, if you're really desperate to trade, I mean, IMPP is looking kind of interesting. I mean, it's basing over 2. And we now know, couldn't see that, but the next high looking left is actually 345. So it has some room if it gains some traction still. And this is, what are the other ones doing? What was that, what's that, G-log? Now, how about FRO, another one in that sector, FRO, see if it's moving. Oops, FRO, not double O. Upgrades and downgrades is from briefing.com, okay? It's just a free service. You just have to sign up for it. Briefing.com. Many websites will show you upgrades and downgrades. Okay, I use that one because they just send it to me, about 10 after 9 to my email, so it's easy. I don't have to go to a website or anything. But it's briefing.com. And again, it's just that they want your email, obviously, if you want to get them. All right, MP, business associations, what do they really do? Rare earth Rare earth. Interesting. Of course, rare earth, a lot of rare earth in that area of the world. Under Armour having a little burst here. Under Armour, they got absolutely thumped on earnings. And look at this, just drifted down, 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 down. Rallied like most of the stocks yesterday, and second day rally, but probably coming into resistance, 1560 or so. Yeah, no kidding. What a dump from the pre-market high, almost 26, almost a $6 drop for Yandex now, YNDX. How's RUSL doing? Not really following. Yandex is really kind of trading on its own. I thought it would. Excuse me. I thought this one would follow Yandex a lot more closely, but I'm definitely wrong. All right, how about we do this? Again, I only have about maybe half an hour left. Why don't you guys throw out some stocks that you want me to, I'll put it in the simulator. I need a stop, okay? I need a stop. So throw out some stocks, either on the short side or the long side, and I'll put them in the simulator and see how they do. But I do need a stop. Like, if it doesn't work, where would you get out? So I'll take some from the audience. No, remember this one, LTCH. This was definitely one I wanted to take a look at shorting, but look what it did, and now it is now that all-time low again, and it's an earnings play, LTCH. Nobody wants me to put something in the simulator. I know why. You don't know where to put the stop. All right, IMPP stop 195. Okay. I'm not even going to share size. Okay, I'm just going to do it. I don't where are you? There you are. So I can click on it. Okay, so we're going to take 500 shares at the market. And we will put the stop at 195. And let's see what happens. It's actually going to be fairly close to the number I usually use, which is, no, it isn't. No, I needed another 20 cents, yes. Okay, anyway, so what you're seeing on the screen right now, if I took 500 shares at 207, I was told to put a stop at 195. So if it goes down to 195, I'll be taken out for a $62 loss. Yeah, I'm one of the worst detectors of things like that, but let's take a look at fuel cell. Maybe, I guess it would, a bull flag or something. Maybe, but you see, for me, I wouldn't touch fuel cell unless it took this out, 528. I mean, just look at all the stuff up here. I would never be taking it here. You know, I would have to let it now. Not that I would take it anyway, because I just look left and 525. Now 563 is far enough away, I guess, on a percentage basis. So, but it would have to take this out for me, 528, for I would take that. And then you're looking at 565 potentially that it could get to before it hits some resistance. So now the idea is to keep watching the max P&L and today's profit. All right. And I always say, I mean, if you saw that up at 500, which would obviously mean that the stock is probably tacked on $1, and then you allowed it to come all the way back to 17. Obviously, that is not the way to trade. So that's why good idea to have these two columns and then also the distance from the exit price, so that when you get out of the trade, you see, okay, how good was that? Now, so if I were truly in this one, okay, entry at 207, 195. All right, so what I'd be doing now is, if I were truly in this trade, this is in the simulator, I'd have to be taking this trade thinking it could get to at least 231. Why? Well, let's just show you why. Okay, so now you're going to see, so if it got up to 231, you can see that if I lost on the trade, it's approximately 2 to 1, okay? It's a bit of rounding going on. So if I lost in the trade, I'd lose $62. If it went up to 231, I'd be up 117. That's approximately 2 to 1, right? 62 times 2 is approximately 117. There's some rounding taking place. So that's the thought process. If you cannot reasonably think you can make at least a 1 for 2, then don't take the trade. Now, when I look left on that daily chart, you know, the next high is way up here at 345. So, you know, if I were truly in this, I could say to myself, well, okay, there's no high that is really close to where I'm getting in. So yeah. Ping, guys. So to understand this concept that I've just tried to explain here. Now, I don't know why there's not a line on the chart, to tell you the truth. It may be because it's outside. Yeah, it's just outside this area. Now, if it got close to 231, all right, and it was still moving nicely, I would not get out at 231. This is just sort of a guide showing me, okay, that's where at least I have to have an expectation of getting. If the trade, look at Yandex, guys. Holy smokes, Yandex is getting clobbered now. But I could always move that target. Okay, I could always move the target. Now, if the line were there, I could move it right on the chart. Otherwise, I could modify the target. Okay. Right here. So boy, this is really getting hit here now. This is kind of what I thought the overall market might do, but it's only right now. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. Now, ozone, OZON. Yeah, I mean, it had already started to move down before the market opened. This is kind of associated with Russia, at least that's what I was told. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. No, I got to get ozone up. Isn't that Cyprus? Or Cyprus. Cyprus. I took my eye off ping. So another one of the Russia stocks, HHR. Yeah, HHR may be just starting, as Real is pointing out, because look at all the consolidation here, and now we have a move down. The low yesterday was 1360, so this has still got some room, 1360, it's got a couple of dollars. So if this holds underneath 16, this could be a great little short. How many shorts available? Yeah, 62,000. To Interactive Brokers anyway. All right, well, let's see. I got it. Give me a decent fill. Yeah, spread is not great. It just expanded a little bit now. Like, I'm not going to let this go over 16, that's for sure. But the spread is not great, but about a dime right now. But let's see if it really starts to move down like it did yesterday. What's the Yandex doing? Not that Yandex is going to... See, we got a big bottoming tail now. So if you took that short, you got to be careful because you got a big bottoming tail now. So there's some buying came in. Will the same thing happen? Only difference is that the Yandex never really consolidated. It just kept moving down. So... See, what you didn't want to see was Yandex with a big bottoming tail. Like, look at the bottoming tail here now. So, are people stepping in to try to buy these Russian stocks right now? I mean, this could only be a blip. But you just got to be aware of that. I mean, that's a big. I mean, that got down to almost 19, and that's almost a dollar pop on a 5-minute chart. So. Now HHR has decided not to move at all. We got some Under Armour. I mean, Under Armour. They're going to move here. Under Armour, UA. But again, probably coming into some resistance. Not that far away. And BTU, Peabody from yesterday that basically sank all day yesterday. And now even it's having a bit of a surge. Yeah, I'm out of that thing, guys. HHR. I don't like the way Yandex was trading with that big bottoming tail. So kind of flat on the HHR. Anyway, I'm getting set to get out of here in about 15 to 20 minutes, so. going on? All right. Well, this IMPP is not doing too much, but you're still mildly positive. How's that Yandex doing? Is it still recovering in a big way, or is it pausing? Okay, it's starting to come down, so that may influence the HHR. I'm not in it anymore. I'm just putting this in here, just out of curiosity to see if it does start moving down again, and follows Yandex. But you know, I mean, this one is not. Those two are those other the Russia stocks. I don't know what is the big stock in here then, because this is not really moving down. I mean, it's still positive. And you know, the index is negative. All right, well, I mean, this is right back down now. And I mean right back down, not even, but there was a dollar. You know, so if you took this short, you would have had a pretty wide stop. Really, at E-Trade, seriously. I mean, there are a ton of shorts at Interactive Brokers. I mean, I know, you know, you could tell me in another stock, and maybe E-Trade's got a lot, but there are a ton of shorts. 2.4 million at Interactive Brokers for Yandex. So that is a big discrepancy. More Russians traded IB. Good one. But what does that mean? International banks stop trading in. What does that mean? I mean, is that insinuating that, for instance, IB would not be? No, that doesn't make sense. Of course, IB wouldn't all of a sudden say, "Hey, you can't trade Yandex anymore," or like, never mind shorting it, just can't trade it in Europe. Okay. Well, I know whatever the Russian stock exchange is. I know they ban short selling on their stocks. At least I think I read that a couple of days ago. SES? Yeah, well, okay, from a few days ago. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Or was this a SPAC? I can't remember anymore. Well, they're good. Okay, it did take it out, guys. HHR, it did take out that low. So, good. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But whoa, did it ever? And look at this, 1562 now. So, what's the index doing now? One of the reasons, is because I am leaving. So very soon. So I did not want to wait around to see if it would work or not. Wow, that HHR, it's almost even better than the index in terms on a percentage basis, almost. And by the way, guys, yeah, I didn't even notice this. I wonder if my sound alert was off. I didn't even notice that the AI shorted the index right here, just underneath 20. Didn't even notice. I must have make sure my sound alert is on. Yeah, it is on. So I must have had a conflicting sound alert. Otherwise, I would have seen that. Oh, HHR. Oh, brother. So it's funny. We don't normally get a late alert like this from the AI. Most of, I would say, 99% of them are before noon. Okay, we don't get too many afternoons. The reason being is that they're usually they want to have enough time to set up. But that's probably the latest alert I've seen in a long time from the AI. Well, it's funny. I was able to short HHR, and I'm still able to short Yandex. Yeah, I'm just looking at IB, Interactive Brokers, and Interactive Brokers, there's no issue whatsoever with shorting HHR and also Yandex. Now, could that change? But I suppose, but right now, and look at this. I mean, Yandex, look at this over and over and over and over and over again. So I should, yeah, it's 1:57, so I'm just about getting set. I think Chris is going to come in here in about 5 or 10 minutes. I'll introduce him, and then he's going to take over. He'll screen share his screen, and then I'll take off. But one last talk about my watch list or my homepage. And again, for you guys, people who are on the test drive, you've got the weekend plus Monday still. Okay, so on my homepage, you will find, of course, a way in which you can use it. The test drive link is already out, or promo is already out. 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. So you can take 20% off. There's the premium annual, so you can take 20% off that. I can do some quick math. That's going to be about $1,600. And what that annually 167 means, it's just, if you divided 12 into that's what it works out to. Not sure why they really do that, but anyway, I'm not involved in marketing. Standard $9.99, so that would get that down to about $800, okay, with that 20% discount. This is what I would, now the big difference is the AI, which brought to you Yandex, okay? And also, so not having a bad day, really. Especially with the Yandex coming in late. Well, what I would do is this. Don't take out an annual subscription unless you know you want it, okay? Because you have to look at our terms and conditions on that, on getting refunds. Or, what I would do is take out a monthly plan, okay, standard, premium, 118, 228. You can apply the 20% discount to the first month only. If within 30 days you decide, you know what, I love this program, I gotta get an annual, do it. Within 30 days, and we'll honor the 20%. So, you can try us out, for another month at a pretty reduced rate to really see if you want the program, okay? Three free sections. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I'm going to have to change this because it's not going to be so much just one stock. I've been sort of blasting these things out, but maybe these videos are going to be about 5 minutes long. A little more of an overview, maybe several stocks. But anyway, this is free. And all the education. Okay, take a look at the user guide. User guide is segmented into various sections. You want to learn more about the stock races right here, but we've got all these here: alert windows, top list windows, single stock windows, etc. Okay, a lot of it is right here. You can also click on the full table of contents. There we go, and here it is, and this is all searchable. So a great user guide. You can also just quickly start though with the introductory lessons. Take the lessons. This is all the basic features very quickly explained. Okay, that's what I would do if I were starting out. And again, the daily support. Chris will be taking over for me early, but typically what happens is in a YouTube room, he takes over at 3:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Okay, so more support. Daily webinars, they'll start next week. Sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, a great little video series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're new to trading, I really recommend this. And last, my scans. And this has been corrected. If you reload, I guess you have to reload the room, but this has been corrected now, the basic new highs. We had an error before. No, it's okay now. Basic new highs. That's because I probably reloaded trade ideas. But anyway, okay, so it has now been corrected. So all the scans that I'm sharing, and I added some, the breaking up and down on volume. So it looks like this, okay? So this is a docked window. So that's what you get if you click on that link, okay? Same with the earnings up and down. This is what you'll get when you click on that window. These are docked windows, or sorry, click on this link. Okay, so everything should be, and then of course, Zach's bouncers and toppers, which unfortunately haven't had a chance to look at. Very popular. Again, I put them into docked windows. Now, if you don't like that, you can always break it out. You just have to just take, right click and duplicate it into a free floating window, and that'll pop the window out if that's, you only want one of them as an example. But it just saves me the time of having to constantly, give people links. Okay? So, lots of information here. Save my link here. Then you can look at all this over the weekend or anytime you want. The test drive ends on Monday, including Monday. Okay? Including Monday. So you have the weekend to play around with the program, take a look at the user guide, things like that, get a little more accustomed to it. But listen, to manage your expectations or anybody's expectations, nobody thinks that in 10 trading days you're going to be an expert at trade ideas. I'm not an expert, okay? I'm always learning stuff. So, but the thing is that the room is here all the time. This is not set up just for this test drive. The room is like this, 8 to 3:30, Monday to Friday. And we've got all that support, question and answer in YouTube between 12 and 1. And then Chris, 3:30 to 4:30. So we do our best to really support this product. So don't get too hung up. You say, man, oh man, that test drive, I still don't know really how to use it. That's okay. Come into the room, watch what we do. How's that Yandex doing now? So another bottoming tail. Wow, got all the way down to 17. I got down to 18. Did I say 17? I thought it was 17 and like 90 or something, but yeah, I got down to 18, 1806. Is that right? 18. Well, don't know why that happens, but yeah, it looks like around 1812 or so. Anyway, but HHR, wow. A minute later, I'd be making pretty good on this one, but I just didn't like the way that Yandex, and the fact that I'm leaving in any second now, didn't like the way that Yandex had that big bottoming tail. You guys were talking about car gurus earlier, CARG. So this is now, just made another new high, CARG. Ping, I wouldn't call completely stress-free, only because it had that little jog down. But, I guess I'm splitting hairs here. That little jog down, but you're right. It really is stress-free. All depends where you would put your stop. Ah, there he is, Mr. Chris Varley. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so guys, Chris is in the room now. Okay, so a lot of you probably know Chris already. So what I'm going to do, Chris, is you can start to screen share right now, and of course take over the YouTube room. Are you in YouTube now? If you get into YouTube now, then I can start. Then I can stop streaming. Also, just let me know when you're in there. Well, you can take the screen here, but I just want you to go into YouTube also. You are streaming in YouTube? Okay, I didn't see you post there. Okay, so I'm going to stop streaming in YouTube, so that should be good. All right.
All right, test on my sound here. If you all can hear me, both YouTube and in the room, and see me, of course. Those are all key items, I suppose. Excelente. Perfect. And we get a spammer in the YouTube room. All right, and YouTube looks good too. All right, perfect. Everybody, given Barry the early exit here on Friday, some personal matters for him to attend, I suppose, or something. For those that you don't know me, my name's Chris Varley. Been part of Trade Ideas community since early spring of 2017 when I discovered this community here. So after a couple of years of trading, having some mild successes with the software and learning it well, they offered me a position here in support. So maybe some of you know me through some of the tickets that I'm answering for you. So I don't have, any more knowledge or anything else than Barry is, always sharing with you folks. But every day at 3:30, I take over the stream in YouTube from him, do a live Q&A there as well. So, happy to talk anything stocks or charts or scans or anything like that. I'm a pretty basic user now of Trade Ideas. I've dabbled in some automation and some things like that. Run some of the more complicated stuff that you can, with the exception of custom formulas. So that's where my knowledge extends to. Have I become more successful at trading? Yeah, well, yes. Slow, steady grind. It took me about really almost 2 years for me to turn the corner to be profitable. And then, it's been a steady climb ever since. Really just manage risk. And, as I've grown my account size, I wouldn't say take bigger risk, but I'm able to risk more based on the account size essentially. Let's see here. I want to pop out this YouTube chat so I can follow that while I'm following the room. And so actually where I've really found some success recently, I was more swing trading for about 2 years, or swing scalping. And, this whole racing thing got introduced and I just was not on board at first, to be honest. I didn't understand it at all. And about a month ago, maybe a little more than a month ago, um, I just made a couple of races messing around, and I've found some really good success with those races over the last month, day trading actually. So I was coming out of my comfort zone, and anyways, here we are. So I've also, thought of some outside the box stuff with the races too. We get asked a lot of different items that unfortunately we can't do, and I don't like telling people, oh, well, we can't do this, we can't do that. But one of the things that I messed around with scans for a little bit on the racing was trying to figure out some cross scans, and just taking, two different SMAs and putting them to cross, or, near each other anyways in price distance. And I'll be honest, those cross scans that I did with the top list and running them in races just had very little success. Much less than what I'm doing here, more momentum stuff with using VWAP and volume and some RSI and things like that. So, just interesting stuff that I found anyways. Let's see, we're talking about the SPY here. Well, I had a time-stamped mention in our traders thread inside here that I thought possibly, just to piss everybody off, we'd see SPY 440 today. But I don't know that that's going to happen now. Hour and 45 minutes to go. Real, how are you, sir? Happy Friday. But just interesting stuff here. Look at ARK and that huge engulfing candle yesterday. I mean, now we got this doji that's happening here. And just interesting because the pairs trade has been, short ARK, long Berkshire. And we got completely the opposite yesterday. Right, here's Berkshire coming storming back today. So I would not say that pairs trade is over yet at all. Also just kind of interesting looking at this chart here. Looking at that right there, to jump right down through that and then break back above it. It's showing some real strength. Anywho, shippers. They have been some strong shipping stocks the last couple days here too. No, the VWAP cross, their VWAP cross isn't great. I just using VWAP there, Vicky, as so here's one of the top lists that I created. Nothing special. I mean, no secret sauce in this thing. This is what I created for a top list and turned it into a race. But just saying, it couldn't be more than that below the VWAP. Doing 3 times normal 5-minute volume, 125,000 shares traded today. 3 relative volume. It's got to be up from the close of the previous day, and we're just looking at between $4 and $50. And I've been racing them. This is my race setup. Running 3-minute races with 10 cars, based on a 2-minute % change and a delta value on that. So I produce some good stuff. This one here a little different. What did I do here? Right, this uses some customs in it, so I just have because the top lists don't have a 1-minute volume or a 1-minute change, so I'm basing the race on a 1-minute change delta, and the top list is looking for 4 times normal 1-minute volume and a minimum 50 RSI on 1-minute RSI. So, anyways, interesting races. races. Now, I've been doing most of the trading that I do on these kind of early in the morning, completely uncharacteristic of what I've done for trading for the last 2+ years or so, taking trades, after right around 9:40 Eastern time or so, initiating some trades that early, and then I'm done by like 11 in the morning, and really just doing support stuff after that. So I haven't really paid too much attention to these races later in the day, but curious. I'll give an extra eye now that I have some free time. Oh, interesting. CYRN's popping back on a race. So I got it, actually traded it yesterday, and then I traded it again this morning. I took a pre-market order. I don't know why my fills aren't on here, but my sales are on here. Interesting. Probably because they disconnected after the sales, after the fill. But yeah, very uncharacteristic of my trading recently, but I don't know. I never found a lot of use for top lists during live market hours. I always found my best use for them was looking for swing setups going into the next couple of days, before or after market hours. And this just kind of takes top lists and almost makes them into a de facto alert in a sense, for me anyways. Still don't know how to use the cars. So, um, this is the way I think of it. How often do we have a top list that's going to populate some stocks that we like, but the top list is just staying here static like this? You can look at this, but what's really happening here under the hood? All right, great. Car G is up here, but what the heck does that mean? Or, these are, in this descending order. Now all of a sudden, I tell the top list, I want you to find me stocks based on these metrics that I put in, whatever I've used for the filters. Then I want to race them, and I want to see what's moving now. So I decided to see what's moving now. I added a column in this here of a 2-minute change. I don't have a filter for 2-minute change, just the column. And I decided to race this, literally saying with the delta values telling me what's happening now, and the delta value is based on that 2-minute change. So first I've told the top list, bring me these stocks. And then I tell the race, all right, now show me what's actually moving with those stocks. And it's really that's what it is for me. I alert windows for me, a lot of times, especially using alert windows with new high on the day, I can't tell you how many times, more in the first 2 years of trading than anything else, but I can't tell you how many times I got a new high alert and I was like, all right, this looks like it's the breakout on the day, and I basically bought the last new high of the day. If I had $1 for every time I did that, I'd have a very large trading account now just based on buying the literally last new high of the day. Where this, I don't have to be at the new high on the day. What I do for a lot of these is I see the races starting up, and in the first couple of minutes, and I start to see, all right, what's really racing, and then I start to throw price alerts onto the charts of the items that are popping out the best, and I have 5 or 6 stocks that obviously there's volume, there's relative volume in those, there's daily volume in them, and there's short-term intraday volume in them. So that means people are interested in those stocks. That makes me interested in those stocks, and I watch, and I set price alerts at areas where I think a breakout may happen. So that's how I've personally used them anyways. It's just like I said, I look at this top list, and all right, great, the top list is there, but like I got to click through each one of these to figure out, is this one actually moving now, or is it just sitting at the top of the metrics because that's where it's sitting? Where this is gonna, it's moving the cars up and down. To quote, Michael Noss inside, he's like, all we did was take bar charts and make them really fancy and overly complicated, but it works, It works for me anyways. And like I said, I was one of those people that when Dan first introduced it, I was like, huh? I don't understand this at all. And now here we are. So my next step is I want to try to figure out a way to create races that work in swing trading. But, one step at a time. INDO, that's been a high flyer the last few days, right? I traded it Wednesday and yesterday. Interesting, coming back on here a little bit. So protected that 10 level on the day today. Things all over the place today. Yeah, I was watching CYRN in the post market yesterday, and that thing started to show some strength late in the post market, and I kind of rolled the dice and took a shot at it, and then put a sell order in for this morning, or an after hours order that was just good till canceled. And I woke up this morning and my sell order got hit, which was nice, and I jumped back in it this morning again. Has Barry teased you guys yet the early charts? Has he shown 4 a.m. data on our charts yet? It's coming. I know we keep saying it, but if he hasn't, here, properties, show pre-market. So, for those who haven't seen it, there's 4 a.m. on our charts right there. We'll see, hopefully not too terribly far off before we can start to push that off. Shady, that's a decent way to put it. You have the 30, see, the way that it works is this: you have the 30-second countdown before each race starts. But once the race has started, you can see live what's happening based on, and you don't have to, I'm just using 2-minute and 1-minute changes as my races. I know a lot of the guys in here that have been doing the races are doing it on relative volume. So to watch stocks that have, you're already bringing in stocks with relative volume for the top list, and the race is saying, hey, these stocks' relative volume is currently increasing right now. And so that's one of the other ways that they're doing it. I saw one today. Michael showed me one that he's using like a 30-minute dollar change or something like that, I think. And he was using that based on some strength alerts, some historical strength alerts, recent historical strength alerts. No, the 4 a.m. is almost here. It's in internal testing yet. So we're almost there. We're almost there. But the fact that I have it and not just the development team has it, but there's still a little work to be done on it. There's a bug right now that I kind of figured that I discovered, or a hack, because when I start the day off, if I start the day without post market on my charts, actually, I can't get the pre market to work. It's kind of weird. So we have to figure out why these things are happening, or they have to. I'm not the one that's going to figure that stuff out. But yeah, 4 a.m. is here on charts, internally being tested very early, but it's here. It's happening. Yeah, when we launch it, when we get it, it'll be a beta. And I think I've really been kind of pounding the table about making people, not making people, but really reiterating to users. In general, I think everybody should be on the beta. That's my personal opinion. I've always used the beta. I've never run into an issue. I know occasionally people do. It happens, but the beta is where you're going to find the stuff that's the newest, the latest, and the greatest, as they say. No, after hours charts stop at 6 p.m. currently. They will go to 8 p.m. as well as we starting at 4 a.m. That's all coming together. It's all happening. I don't have 4 a.m. alerts to show yet, or 4 a.m. data on scans to show yet. That's still only being tested internally with the dev team, but that'll be the next release that comes out to us. It could be next week. It could be in 2 weeks from now, but I know it's happening. I've seen 4 a.m. data on both scans, both alert window scans and top list window scans. So it is happening internally. So it's all going down. Which are you simulated trading or is for Michael is asking about total P&L. Are you simulated in E-Trade? Yeah, there's some issues with the E-Trade API coming out sometimes still, and it doesn't seem to affect everybody. I'm not sure. I don't know. We have tickets on it. I think actually, Michael, I worked with you um, recently. You came into the support chat, and I took your pictures, and I filed a report with the dev team specific to you because the E-Trade account that we're running doesn't really seem to have that problem recently. In the beta, you told me you had that problem, and not in the whatchamacallit there, in the production. Now I hear you, William. Not testing. Um, well, here's the other thing too. For anybody that's not interested to use the Market Explorer, not interested for the races, then I would say nothing. There's nothing in the beta that you want at this point. I mean, unless you want any of these new fancy charts, and I use the term fancy loosely, of course. Um, you know what I mean by fancy charts is this stuff here. We can do. We got line charts now. Let me move this out of the way. So some line charts, bar charts, area, high-low close, and open high-low closes. So for those who want to switch up from the candlesticks, on the beta you have that option now. Are you talking about like the charts loading, like how they load snappier? Yes, as long as you're not running as much software as I'm currently running. That's not bad actually, considering that I'm running multiple streaming things right now and troubleshooting software. I mean, the other thing that's coming down the line with the charts too is it'll become a half-second refresh. Yeah, so that's fixed. When you download the beta, it'll make you restart though, just so you know. Sorry, just reading a couple of things here, trying to catch up on some messages coming to me. Yeah, half second will be really awesome. Essentially tick by tick charts at that point. So YNDX, is that moving again? Wow, what a curl. What a short. Nice short from Holly. Ooh, IRNT, is that moving again? I don't know how Barry can do this in trade. Yeah, Michael, because I filed as a bug report, um, when they go through it and if there's a fix to it, it notifies me because I was the reporter on that, and it puts the ticket back into my box, and then I email you from there. I still wonder. I mean, I just can't figure how. It's so strange to me that the beta doesn't have that data populate in, and the production does. So, alright, I guess my YouTube chat is dead for the moment. I'm curious, how many of you, I mean, anybody listening that wants to chime in, use compare count windows? I just use a simple set here that Jamie created, however many years ago, watching by market cap. I'm a big fan of those. I'm just curious how many users actually use them. That looks like it. Stick of work in IRNT. Looks like it. I'm all out. I almost got the top on my last little bit here. I mean, you can see where I was selling on the way up, and that was my last sale right there. Poor trade management. I'll show my poor trade management too. This one was annoying. CYRN. I don't know why my opening orders aren't here, but anyways, actually half my orders aren't even here. But I sold some in here, and then I wasn't paying attention, and I should have set a stop. I was in a chat with someone, and I saw it get down here. I just flattened the rest of my position there. It was a bummer. Poor trade management. Man, Car G, this thing just racing all day. Well, it was just a happy accident, William, and it was only a piece of. It was just a small last little bit that I had of that trade. It is a good feeling when that happens. I actually said in the chat, but with the other traders, I said, all right, well, I sold my last little bit, so I guess it's ready to rip now, which was not the case, obviously. Another one that was on my early races, but then never really did a whole lot afterwards. Yeah, I mean, not terrible. I had it coming in on this candle here. And this kind of was grinding a little bit after that, so. So for Tony, sorry, just saw your question come over in the YouTube chat. I personally recommend the beta. Again, I get why people do or do not want to use it, but if you want to be able to use the Market Explorer, um, the racing, if you want different types of charts, a few things like that, then the beta is what you want. So we just kind of changed the download page a little bit recently. Bring it over real quick just to show. So, we changed it now. Before it was just the production was at the top and the beta was below. Now you can, select, there's the production, there's the beta. And when you click whichever one that you want, it'll bring it to there. And then there's also release notes are now tucked in here like this. And I just always recommend when you do upgrade, whether you're upgrading or updating, whatever you want to call it, whether it's the production version or the beta, read the release notes. Some of it will make sense to you, some of it might not. I think the longer you've been using Trade Ideas, the more sense the release notes will make. But, a bunch of things in here, and we've made the release notes a lot nicer, and they're going to look even better moving forward. Include some screenshots, links to the user guide, all the different items that are being changed and rearranged in there. So again, just if you're updating to the latest beta, it will make you restart. There's a .NET change that will make you restart. So, and here, in case, to get you there fast, I'll drop you a link here. This is the download page there. Yeah, William, that's generally my specialty is buying the top, generally speaking. That's why I stopped using a long time ago new high alert. Whenever I mess around and I make new alert windows, I use breaking resistance or crossed above resistance. This is an alert window that I've messed with for a while, trying to, like everybody else, trying to find a nice automated scan to run regularly. In a trending market, this works well. In this chop, it hasn't worked well at all. But on the configure here, this is what I've been using, this cross above resistance algo instead of a new high. It gave me a nice alert here in IRNT that I actually did take. I don't have any auto trading scan, but I'm happy to share this. Let me find it in my cloud, and then I'll go over what I did in it. Off highs, breaking resistance, share, copy, and I did like no optimization of this whatsoever. There's literally no optimization. The only close thing I did to optimization was give it the exit parameters. But to run the back test, this is what I've based it on. And I've been running back tests on this every couple of days. Let's see, since the middle of December, so like kind of forward testing it. And it's not setting the world on fire, but also we haven't exactly had a trending market. So, when we get into trending markets, the first thing, I mean, everybody wants to look at the equity curve, but what I really look at is this when I'm back testing and optimizing is the daily. And I have a lot more winning days than losing days overall. What I need to do is, the key is to knock out those big losers there. But, we'll see. I'm not ready to deploy it, but in the back test, sorry, I didn't really show what the back test is doing. So I'm starting in between 9:40 and 1:15 in the afternoon. It just has a timed exit, no stop. So it's exiting after 75 minutes or has a 4% profit target, and that's it. And then, I've set it back. 62 days is the max we can go right now. Nothing here in the advanced, and that's really it. That's all I did. And the actual scan itself is the crossed above resistance algo, but I didn't put I didn't put anything in the alert filter here for the hours of trading. I just let the algo look back and decide on its own what it considers resistance. And then in the window specific filters, we're looking at stocks between 4 and $50. They can't be any more than 1/4% below yesterday's close. Relative volume's 5. Traded 100,000 shares today. Daily RSI is 65 coming into the day. And then the idea was trying to find stuff that wasn't at the top, so I don't want it above more than 85% above the low of today's range. So I want it 15% above or 15% below the high of today. So at least they're, at least I'm trying to avoid top ticks was the idea behind it. And then again, like I said, I use this cross above resistance for the alert catalyst. I Barry more than me. I mean, at least with me, with the emails when they come in, I can craft an email while watching my positions and whatever else I'm doing. Um, but did I drop? Yeah, I dropped that scan. I dropped the scan in the off topic in case anybody was looking for it. But how Barry has this up, he watches two chats, trades, interacts with you all. I don't know. I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I always say Barry's, I don't know, he's a magician. That's all I can say. The way he just sees these breakouts coming better than. I mean, I've really never participated in any other trading room besides this. I had like some free signups that were sent to me by some different people over the years that I jumped in these rooms for a minute or two here or there, but I didn't like those rooms. It just felt kind of weird in those rooms. A lot of pumping of stocks going on. And here there's a lot more education going on. I mean, the other thing that Barry does is he obeys his stops. I mean, that's at least one thing I'm good at. I'm good at getting stopped out. But Barry, he doesn't deviate his stops. He talks about that. You don't move your goalposts. That's the end of it. That's how the $100 loss turns to a $500 loss in just a few short minutes. So you guys talking about BTU. I know that had a real bad day yesterday, didn't it? And then it was starting to kind of come back today. Yeah, look at that. Steve was talking about it, and I actually said to him, he mentioned it right here on this bar there and this one here, and I said it's crossing on the 15s. Looks good for a ride back up a little ways. Also, keep in mind Barry's been trading for 20 years or longer. I think he's been like full-time trading for like 19 or 20 years, and I think he started, a few years before he became a full-time trader and left whatever he did prior. I think Barry was an engineer of some sort or something. I think he said one time. Mining engineer, right? All right, I knew it was something along those lines. Yep, materials mining. Okay. Interesting, discussion, things that I've read in some books or articles and things like that. Lawyers tend to make the worst traders, and engineers, I think, make the best traders. I guess looking for evidence versus arguing for evidence. I don't know if any of that's true or not. Oh, I didn't know that about you, William. I mean, I don't know if you remember me or not before, I migrated over internally here, but I always, for you, William, I admired the way you picked you know, those long candles moving down and grabbing it at the bottom of that candle and playing those bounce plays like that, or vice versa on the top. Just another set of scans that you do or trading that you do, I think, is magic to me. Also, the guts it has to take those. And we all got cut. I could see that, Cherry Blue. I can see that. Spy's come range bound for a while here. Just looking at that chart. Sorry, Tony, I didn't see that second one from you there in the YouTube room. What do you mean about what about downgrade or upgrade? Are you talking about the software itself or the version of the software? Or do you mean like your service from premium to standard? If you're still there with me, if you didn't have your question answered. There's what's his name? Is it Brent Steenberger? He's a trading psychologist. His father's actually a Trade Ideas subscriber. I think they have similar backgrounds, the two of them, if I'm not mistaken. Brent? No, is it Brett? I can't think of his name now. I know that he was at one of the Trade Ideas summits a few years ago before we couldn't do that. Bird. Yeah. His dad's name's Jack. I know. I answer, a bunch of his tickets coming in. So another thing that's going to happen now, I don't know how this will affect top lists or not, but I know they're working on getting this 30-second countdown to a 5-second countdown, actually. I have to say, the relative volume in the SPY, all things considered, kinda lackluster today. Brett, okay, that's what it is. Couldn't remember if it was Brett or Brent. FL, got FL on a race right now. You're talking about FL, let's take a look. Oh, Foot Locker, yeah, what a disaster. I saw Sean tweeted that out on the Trade Ideas account. Oof. Guess nobody's buying shoes from them. Whoa, what a move in FUV. No, not right now. I know it's something that was talked about. I don't know where it stands on the priorities list there for Dave about the changing the commission rate. I think the commission rates are kind of set up to mimic IB, since that was the first broker that we could connect with. We've got lines in the water for basically every broker you can think of. Just getting them to open that door to us. That's our troubles. I can say it's something that it was certainly talked about, and I know there's something in the pipeline about it where it stands as far as priorities. I can say that getting the early data for the charts and the scans and getting the charts to half-second refreshes, that is like 99.9% of the focus of what's going on internally right now. So I'm just curious, and I haven't looked all day, but TAN was up huge yesterday. Technology was up huge yesterday. What are they doing today? Metals and mining. Woof. Look at that going. Banks trying to find their footing again. Interesting to see lit up here. So right back down with cloud. Well, no, all right. Hanging out near its close yesterday. And guys from All Star Charts were talking about adding it to a position they opened yesterday in K-Web. IRNT is getting a 50-cent price target. Good thing I got out of it. It'd be a hefty loss to take. What's China doing overall? Yeah. So look at that. The MDY just sits there in this range forever and ever and ever. Wouldn't it be funny if this was a bull trap and this was a bear trap on this, huh? JP, are you referring to the software itself or trading or a combination thereof? I mean, as far as trading goes, I'd point you towards, just trading books in general. I mean, if you really want to really challenge yourself and go down the technical route, start buying the CMT books. Halfway through CMT level 1 right now, and some fun stuff in there. Some of the people that took the CMT years and years ago said they felt sorry that I'm taking it now because it's so much harder than it used to be. The software, I mean, I won't say there's no like particular lesson to it. It starts to become, I think the more advanced you want to get, I'd say start thinking outside the box. And what do I mean by that is, the kind of scans that you want to build. For example, we don't have pattern recognition, but there's ways to do things with range and position and range filters, for example. So I would start, the more advanced you want to be, I would start looking at charts that you want to find, to make scans that can, mimic those charts or at least come close to mimicking those charts regularly. And I think a good way to do that is use either stocks like this template that Barry had created, or the stocks like this page, to start, going through and kind of plotting what you're trying to do based on certain filters. So for example, load from cloud, stocks like this template. So there's this scan that Barry created, and all he did is he took an alert window, and you could put any alert on it, right? Currently it has a new high for the alert, and there's no filters in here whatsoever. All there is a ton of columns. All the filters are blank here. And so, I think an advanced way to use the software would be to say, all right, I like the way this stock looked on this chart, and I want to find other charts that are similar to it. And you start to, you put that in the symbols list. So just for example, if we were trying to find, I don't know, let's throw out, KTOS. All right, and whoops, hold on, I gotta change the symbol. There we go. All right, and now we could find, based on the columns that are here anyways, and run back a history of this, however we want to run that history. Now, of course, right now the catalyst is this new high, but we could change that catalyst if we were looking for something like standard deviation breakouts or something like that. We can come to the configure and change any of these alerts that we want. I mean, you could do multiple alerts. Generally, I think it's better to look at just one alert at a time. And then you can see how, these different metrics met at different aspects of the chart through different points in history. You can run it in different history blocks, whether you want to run today or you want to run it on a time frame at a certain point and things like that. So I think that's kind of more advanced scan building overall. And that's where I kind of point you towards with that. And you could do that with the stocks like this page. I mean, I'm guessing Barry shows it off fairly often, but in case he doesn't, I'll bring it over. So like if you're on our home page, now the issue that comes between the two of these is this: the stocks like this page doesn't have nearly the history that scans do. But you can see more alerts at the same time with the stocks like this page. But if you're on our home page and you go to support and come to traders area, you're going to find stocks like this right here. And then you can type in, whatever the symbol is. So here, mRNA, and you want to see what it was doing at 10:30 Eastern Time and a 5-minute snapshot of that. So here, here's all the things that I'm telling it to return to me. And if I click submit, in that 5-minute window from 10:30 Eastern to 10:35 Eastern, I can see all the alerts that were met at that time. I can see, what the price range was, these average daily volumes and shares here, dollar volume. One thing to always keep in mind for anybody, our dollar volume is a 10-day. You take a 10-day average volume of shares, and that's how we get dollar volume. If you want today's dollar volume, it's just a custom formula. It's easy enough to do with VWAP essentially. But you can go through all these different items in here, and you can, I think keeping it simple to a few different items is what you want to do. You don't want to put obviously like 5 different change filters and then 3 different position and range filters and things like that, because then you start to cut off. The idea behind this is returning ideas essentially. So that's kind of, and the other thing, if you really want to open some rabbit holes for yourself, going down the custom formula route. And I always worry when I say custom formula, people are going to think, oh, we can make our own customs. Well, kind of. It's not a code compiler. It has to be code that exists within the system. So my example is we don't have EMAs to scan on. We should, but we don't. It's my internal argument that I constantly have. But anyways, neither here nor there. So you can't create a filter based on EMAs. So I can get rid of that. SPY's starting to curl down a little bit. RSP following suit a little bit. I wanted to look at TAN. That's where this whole thing started. Is there a plan to connect to Fidelity, Sam, and YouTube? Yes, there's a plan to connect to everybody. But part of that plan is Fidelity has to take our phone calls and our emails and things like that. And we're a company of about 30 people, and they're probably a company of about 30,000 people. And trying to find the right person to get into there is the trouble. So interesting, TAN with that massive engulfing day yesterday. And holding real strong here today. So, you know, we can wonder. Yeah, you're welcome, Dave. Have a great weekend. And then when it comes to connecting to any brokers, getting them to open the door is half the problem. The other half the problem is they have to have a reliable API to connect to. You know, like I said, it took a few years of pounding down the door on TD Ameritrade to get that door open. And when the door finally opened and we said, hey, your API data isn't great, and they said, oh, okay, and that was the end of the conversation. And so, you know, we were able to come up with a reasonable workaround for E-Trade's bad API, but we haven't been able to do so with TD Ameritrade yet. And to give you an idea of how these things work with APIs, is the API that E-Trade has today is exactly the same as they had about 7 years ago or so. So to give you an idea of what they're doing for innovations. This thing's all over the place. It's aluminum tubes, right? I thought this was aluminum tubes. Alloy carbon microsteel products. No, I'm confusing this with another company that has a similar ticker from France. Maybe TST, is that it? Nope. No idea what I'm talking about now. Blue collar, you're looking for Fibonacci is what you're trying to do. All we have in Fibonacci is going to be the actual alerts themselves. So this is what you're going to have. And then you can put back hours of trading. I think a lot of people get confused on this. So just in case here, all right, so you see any of these alerts. So we have the window specific filters. Some alerts have a filter attached to them as well. And so like for Fibonacci, if we right click and we go to help, it brings us this page right here, which will give us the definition of what Fibonacci is here. But if you scroll down farther, like first let me show you what I'm talking about to give you a better reference. If I add Fibonacci and I come to here, and you can see, like, for example, resistance, cross above resistance says hours of trading. This says hours of trading too. For those of you that don't understand what those things mean, there's a filter section of the alerts too. So if we scroll past all these definitions that are here, and we're going to come to this here, alert specific filters, and this will tell you what those values mean, or what putting a value in those fields will mean. And you know, same will go for here. All right. So if that helps in any, but that's all we're going to have as far as Fibonacci goes. And then of course you keep scrolling down, you come to the actual filters themselves. You are welcome. Did you have Tony over in YouTube? Did you have another question? I see you said sorry. Maybe I lost the connection. I was discussing before, asking if you were talking about just upgrading the software itself or your plan. MRVI. What's MRVI doing? Ooh, spiky. Both ways, man. Ah, okay. That's what the news is. And bring over my compare count windows. You see a little bit of divergence happening here. We've got more buying going on the small caps. I have more selling going on the small caps and more buying on the large caps here for the moment anyways. We'll see how that ends up playing out. But the SPY is defending that 135-ish level, give or take. Let's see what's the low of this 15-minute candle. Fine, don't tell me. Get it to load here. Oh, I can't get it to give me my statistics on this chart. Well, all the same, pretty clear there. About 135 is what it's trying to defend anyways. Tony, all I was saying about the upgrade and downgrade was just Mike, Michael's messaging us bottom. Is that you can update the software essentially, from the production of the beta if you want, just to have those extra features. That was all I was going over. So from this here, on our download page, and I shared the shared the download page as a link with you over there in the YouTube room. So you can pick, I don't have a way to see what version of the software you're on currently through the trading room or the YouTube, but you can go ahead and click on any one of these. If you want the beta, it's right there. Here, I'll drop that link for you again. Just remember, if you download the beta, when you go to install it after downloading it, it will make you restart. goes my charts. Now why did that happen? So this is the bug that happens is because I reset my connection, I bet. So now with pre-market turned on, that's what's going to happen to me. And this is why we can't release it yet. I've lost my pre-market data permanently now. I think post-market will still work. Pre-market is busted. Bah. Sorry, I was reading some files here. Someone was having some trouble with some orders earlier, trying to get them sorted out. I do apologize, I'm not quite as talkative as Barry is. Well, here we go. Looks like those buying machines are coming on right now. Watch this spike happen real fast right here. Look at that. And even the small caps are participating now. We'll see if it lasts or if it's just a head fake. A lot of green here, a lot of green there, a lot of green there. A few red names here. Take a look at some of these names that are coming in on the strength alerts here. CENB. So good chance that some of these names here, well, good chance these top 5 names here will be the strength alerts that go out this week. Nice price action with the higher lows. Let's see, BCE. Wired Communications. Berkshire B. The other kind of thing, Diamondback. So energy's still staying strong overall. What's the XOP doing? Maybe a bit of a descending triangle here on the XOP. We'll see how that shakes out. Anybody that knows me knows that I've been really bullish the XOP since last January. I'll be honest, I thought it would have broken out more than it did in this new year, but it did not. So here we are. Nope, I had myself an okay week. Could always be better, and I'm happy to wrap it up just hanging out with all of you folks. Have a celebratory pizza tonight. We have one more day of the test drive left, technically, but I think this, kind of concludes the big part of it. It was, well, hopefully a successful test drive. Ooh, there we go. We're really spiking now. So now I'm curious. What does the RSP look like relative to the SPY? Yeah, they're kind of in lockstep. But look at this. I mean, tale of two markets. The RSP gets back above this. I mean, and there's no other way to put it than bullish. That's all there is to it. That's the Market Explorer window there, Shady. You have to be on the beta. 5.5.67 is the beta, I think. And then you'd come to new, and this E window, Market Explorer, TIQ stands for Trade Ideas Quant, and it'll give you one of these here, and it has a link built into a 2-hour user guide section on it. So if you click that here, it'll actually bring you right to our user guide section on it, and it goes over the scans that are in there. And I think there's like 13 scans in here now. It tells you what each scan is looking for. Let's see, server windows. So there's seventeen scans in Market Explorer. And actually, what I tell when I do the YouTube room, usually from 3:30 to 4:30, it's very small crowd in there in general, but a few regulars that come in, and I tell them, if a group of you get together and you want a scan that's a reasonable to build scan, and enough of you get together and you tell Barry, odds are we can get it built for you. What that group number needs to be, I couldn't say, but it's going to have to be more than 3 or 4 people. Fluke, I don't think it's a bug. I think it's just the function of the logic right now for the Market Explorer, I would say. I know there's some things that they're still trying to change. We pushed the Market Explorer out kind of quickly, actually, compared to what we thought we were going to be able to do. So, I mean, I guess we could call it a bug because it's not what we want from it. but it's like essentially what it does is it resets the window every time you make a change in this here. It'll reset it because it'll reset your symbol linking. So it's like creating a new window every time you do it is what it is. So trying to get the logic to stop it from doing that, I think, is the issue. Kind of topless. So a lot of the scans are daily scans, so they alert during the day, and then things can shuffle up and down, but they don't leave. The alert never leaves. But what the Market Explorer has is a lot more everything. It has all kinds of things. It runs on a completely different tech and server. We'll hope one day that we can push it out to everybody, but the amount of server space that we'll need for that is insane. Yes, Pizza Friday. Always Pizza Friday here. Best scan to catch news after market flyers. I don't know about news. We don't have anything news really. But I would say that yeah, relative volume is what you're really going to want. When something's doing, 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 times what it's normally doing over the last 10 days, it's certainly something you want to pay attention to. Alright, so the move up continues here on these compare count windows. Now we can see the small caps are really lagging behind, and I think where we could see it reflect is we bring up an IWM chart. This is why I like to use these compare count windows. Yeah, IWM's holding in there alright. Oops. The mid caps. Very nice. So we got 23 minutes and change before we wrap up a pretty wacky week here. It's kind of funny just looking at, bring up even a Q's chart because we haven't even looked at that yet. But, we had a really good earnings season overall. And to see us down, even, a lot of the tech companies, for the most part, reported decent earnings. I mean, Facebook was a total disaster. I don't know what their earnings were, but all things considered, with a war breaking out and all the potential of these awful things that could happen, we're not as bad as we could look. And I never felt there was no big capitulation in the selling, no massive violent sell-off. The closest we had was yesterday's gap down in reverse. Oh, William, you'll get no argument from me on that. If Facebook went, I say this without people wanting anybody to get hurt by it, but if Facebook went to zero, I'd be more than happy to see that happen. Yeah, just not a fan. But I won't lie, for as much as I get frustrated with Twitter, I love Twitter. So, you can shoot me for being a social media hypocrite. Here's my bias with Twitter. I literally discovered trade ideas through Twitter, and I literally got hired by trade ideas through Twitter. So, you know, I got to take that for what it's worth. I have to take that for what it's worth. Well, gap down represents that there was, yeah, more than less. Yes, it represents that they were selling. But look, we gapped down yesterday, and we filled that gap and then some. Yes, so look, we had this massive gap down. That's where we opened, and that was the bottom of yesterday. It was literally the bottom was the open. I think maybe there's a slight tick below, and then we went on to a massive rally yesterday, and that rally has continued into today. I mean, who knows where it goes next, but and that selling or that buying that we just saw coming in here. Now the buyers are getting exhausted right here. Small caps are still holding. Large caps not as much. I agree, William. Without getting too far off topic, I mean Friday anyways, so I guess Barry won't shoot me if we got somewhere off topic or whatever, and I stay away from any political conversation. But the two worst inventions of all time are, in particular order, also, are cell phones and social media. Cell phones was the end of anybody having any patience for anything whatsoever and the end of privacy, and social media was the final nail in the coffin for any of it. Yes, this is true. Picking battles. So, yeah, I didn't really pay attention to Holly today. Looked like she had some good trades. And J&J. Did they even have news today? They're just looking good. I mean, not much on the relative volume scale. In fact, fading volume the entire day. Yeah, 100% William. 100%. SLCA, that's been on here all day long. Just grinding, alright. CYRN messing with me at the end of the day. Yeah, it's not a healthy. That's not a healthy hashtag at all. Yeah, yesterday was a roller coaster. Coming into the home stretch here. Spy's got that 8 EMA under it, trying to push on that 15-minute chart. Just crossed on those fives. Maybe a red bar ignore here on the fives. I'll tell you this, anybody that's massively short right now can't be feeling very comfortable. I'm not talking about individual shorts and trades. I'm talking about institutions that are short the market. You got to wonder over the next week or so, do we see any hedge funds or anything that blew up from all this stuff, from all this volatility? They're very good at doing that. Pat, first, welcome to the room. Yes, as William said, we can't advise you on anything. Everybody's got to manage their risk on their own. We share ideas about when we got in, why we got in, when we got out, why we got out, so on and so forth. Normally, it's another gentleman, Barry, who runs the room, and once every 600 years, he takes a few moments off, and I give a fill-in. So, we could look at a chart of shop, and we can look at things on the chart, but nobody can tell you buy, sell, hold, or what to do with the stock. That is not, there we go, that's shop. Well, that's a hefty underwater, Pat. So I'll say, yes, what William just said, essentially. Um, if you don't have a stop loss, and if you didn't have a stop loss in mind, Pat, you might want to pick one now and then stick with it, and, you know, eat it one way or the other. Whether it's going to recover or not recover, I couldn't say. There's just no way to know. I mean, you're caught in a real bad tape of growth versus value right now, and growth is just being destroyed. I mean, that's a pretty solid channel right there. That's a terrible set of lines that I drew. You're in this terrible channel right now, moving down. I mean, for a bullish idea, your only prayer right now is some sideways consolidation to break this downwards wedge. So sorry, Pat. That's about what we can offer you for that. Um, but, moving forward, you're welcome to come hang here. Room is free and open to anybody, anytime. I think one of the biggest things here, one of the biggest things that I learned here from watching a lot of the great traders here is the most important thing is risk management. And if you can't answer what risk management means, then you have to figure that out. That's the most important thing to trading. And risk management means something different to everybody. That's interesting. Again, not the best line drawer. Let me do it like this too. Not that I'm interested in touching it, but I can't help this with doing the CMT course right now, is drawing all these things out. Well, it's awfully quiet over in the YouTube room. So we're talking about, I was looking at Johnson & Johnson before I got sidetracked. Is there news or is it just having a day? Let's take a look here. Drug companies agree to opioid settlement. I didn't see anything specific news-wise. Avoids bankruptcy. I guess for that talc issue that they had a couple years ago. Nice meeting you two green trades. Probably, one of these days catch you back on this side, and I'm always in the YouTube side on the weekdays to round out the week for everybody. Anybody's bored and needs some overtime after Barry shuts it down. IMPP. Any thoughts? Let's take a look. You're in the right, kind of the right sector anyways, petroleum. Well, actually it's transportation. Interesting. So you're kind of in two sectors that have been holding up well here recently. I'd say, you're coming off of a sub-dollar stock to over $2. So, it's a pretty massive percent gain right there. And, got this nice kind of curl pattern here. Probably run into trouble there. If not here first, on the body of that candle and the top of that wick. Kind of what I'm looking at. I mean, I wouldn't go chasing it personally. Although I'll say this, risk to reward. I mean, you can only fall $2.11 before you're at zero. So depending on what your risk factoring is and share sizing and things like that. I've known some traders that are, this is the kind of setup they look for, and they share size for $0 here, and they look at this move that could happen here or even here. So that's kind of their Chris Newby That's what I'd look at is, where are you defining your risk? If you were to take this trade, are you defining it? That seems like a level you could define to the downside. That's a tighter risk. But again, remember, you're looking at a stock that's moved, a few 100% in a few days. Yeah, exactly. Set your levels. So that's exactly it. When you should know your stop loss before you get into anything. If you don't have a stop loss in mind before getting in that trade, you don't take that trade. Hey, Mike C. Debbie, trying to add. Um, Let me take a look here, Debbie. All right, William, you have a great weekend too. Thanks for hanging. I know Barry knows you're a big part of everything that goes on in here, so Barry's always got such high praise for you. Thanks, William. Have a great weekend. Um, Columns. I don't know if sector is a column for single stocks there, Debbie. Yeah, no. Nope, you're not missing anything. That's all that's there for the single stock window. Mm, yeah, the only place you're going to find the sector is if you go into profile, and it's going to tell you all that here. So, what you could do is, like take this here, because the um, single stock windows are container windows themselves, actually. And so you could have a profile here, and you could have the other stuff here. And obviously, you can, move this around. So that's what I would point you towards. Yeah, and you don't even have to duplicate it though. Like I said, it's a tab, so you can tab it. Here it's tabbed like this, obviously. But you could take it and on the profile, you could put it down below like this, for example, and then squash it down, and then you can see your sector, subsector, industry, and you could have the rest of what you want up here like that. All right, Sandy, you have a great weekend too. Yep, the single stock window is automatically docked. INDO, what did it do? What did it do? It treated me well this week. Wow, nice move. Beautiful. Very excellent. odd. I don't know why. It just shut down the room. Alright. That was strange. The room just shut down on me. Hmm. Oh, it was Barry. Can you guys all still hear me in the traders room? Barry came in and didn't realize that, and he shut it down. Alright, I'm back. Alright. I mean, yeah, I'll keep it open for a little bit longer if people want to hang here. I usually go to 4:30 on the YouTube side. So, Debbie, you and me are both always learning new things. Okay. TRD, you're the one that I had emailed and asked you to send me those screenshots, right? Is that correct? You talked with Steve this morning, right? In a chat? All right, yeah, because I was behind the scenes in that chat. Basically, if when it comes to Brokerage Plus, I'm who it comes to eventually. All right, so no, I looked at your files early, and all I could find at the beginning was there was an order at like 15:30 something your local time. So you're over in Italy, and there was an opening order at 15:30 something your time for what is it, HHR I think it was, and that's all I could see. And then there was a closing order that happened afterwards. That's why I asked for those screenshots, but I haven't had a chance to go through the rest of it yet. Um, Sorry, I just want to look at those files. All right, I don't see those HHR. I mean, at the moment, there's no bugs in the simulator that I know of. Triple U spiking. That was on some races I had earlier. Oh yeah. You know what it is? Stocks like this, I always look at these personalities of these stocks, like these big wicks up here, and very indicative of what the stock is going to do more often than not. Were any of those? Are you doing any automation or any automation whatsoever, whether it's the AI or on your own strategies? History yesterday. Alright, nope, those aren't AI alerts from yesterday. Don't use automation. Because, yeah, so TRD, what I can see here is you have at 15:40 and 44 seconds your local time, there's a sell, 100 shares at that time. And then it's followed right afterwards, actually not even a millisecond later. No, I'm lying. Yes, 1 second later, not even half a second later, MBT gets sold 500 shares too. MINE. I'm guessing MINE, is that the simulated account you created? I'm just looking at your files now. I mean, I looked at them earlier, but I couldn't discern anything right at that time. If you have races wider than 3, monitor, you won't see the checker flag results. So putting more in one monitor. The single stock window pulls its, well, depending on what the data is. The fundamental data, we pull in through FactSet and push it back out to you. The technical data, we pull in consolidated volume and price feeds through NextCore. They process through a server and push back out to you. So IMMP. What are we looking at in IMMP? Like this profile news, this is going to come through FactSet. Oh, IMPP. Sorry, I'm looking at IMMP. IMPP. Fluke, do me a favor, send that in because I'll push it over to Brad or someone to have he's the one that talks to them always. Send that into the info at trade-ideas.com, and I'll push that over to be looked at. It looks like when Barry closed the room, it knocked all of you out of there, basically. It says 22 are in there. So I think this is what happened, TRD, but I'm not positive. Were you trying to put in orders yesterday for MBT and HP? Because I think what happened is you put in orders yesterday for them, and those orders were sitting, lying in wait. And then when the market opened and the prices hit those orders is what happened. Because in the after hours, if you put in orders, especially if you put in market orders, you won't get a fill, because in outside regular times it has to be limit orders. And in order to get a fill in the post or pre-market with limit orders in the simulator, generally you have to put it in at the last price as a limit order. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I'm trying to find... Yeah, here we go. So I can see yesterday at 16:51, you put an order in to sell short from the order entry panel, HHR. And that order was never, oh, no, that was filled. But it had a stop attached to it. Trade stop, stop price. Yes, it had a stop attached to it. And I see the orders for MBT also from yesterday. So I think that's where it's going to come from. There's orders that were sitting from yesterday. I'll have to do more detective work on it. Okay, I think that this is what happened then. I think that the orders between the demo, the regular simulator, and the one you created, I think they crossed somehow. That's what I believe happened. I'm kind of like just riffing here because these files are so massive and crazy. Not yours particularly, just these files in general. But I am 99.9% sure that somehow those two accounts are kind of looking at the same thing for some reason on the orders. And so the order in one that was still sitting there triggered in the other, is what I do believe went down. Yeah, absolutely. You can 100% do that. Whoop, casino's closed. Didn't even realize it. So here's my simulator, all right? And I could like right click one of these here. So SXL, I can do that, and I can go add a target. And I'll put, I don't know, for fun, what's it at? So we'll put $60 here for a target. Add that. Now you're going to see it populate. Well, I had the chart up, but you'll see it. So you can see that I have a target here, and I can grab this target and move it around. So look, you can see this target right here. I can grab this and move it around. What you can't do is if it's like a stop limit, you can't move a stop limit on the charts because it's a biconditional order. I think people have a lot of misunderstanding what a stop order is. When you put in a stop loss order, what it is it says if the price falls to here, to this level, to this price level, I want you to get me out at market. Versus stop limit is saying if the price falls here, I want you to send this limit order to the broker. So I think a lot of people get those two confused. I know I used to a lot anyways. There's a new order entry panel that's in the works for Brokerage Plus. There are parts of it that I like, there are parts of it that I don't like. The stuff that I like in it, though, it's much easier to put in your stop orders, your stop limits, whether you want them as a buy or a sell. Time stops are a lot easier. Bracket orders are a lot easier to put in. There's a lot of good stuff. There's just one part that I don't care is that you have to press buy or sell and then send. But we're also looking to put kind of some hotkey functions and short functions in there too. So, alright, I think everybody's kind of out of the traders room, so I'm going to shut down the traders room here. Alright, I'm just going to put this in here. If you are in the traders room and you want to join me on the YouTube side of things, I'll drop a link in there, but I'm going to close the room. So I'll give everybody a minute here. I'm going to drop that link in. if you're in the traders room and you're just hanging out, you want to come join, come to there. I'm dropping it in a few different places. All right. So I'll give everybody a minute there. I do. Michael Noss does. Jamie does. I know Steve and Andy have Brokerage Plus up and they watch their positions through it, but I don't know if they really trade through Brokerage Plus or not, to be honest. Like I know Barry uses IB, but he doesn't connect to Brokerage Plus. Not with IB, anyways. But I've used Brokerage Plus for years. I've been using Brokerage Plus for 3 years, I guess now or so, 2.5 years. I don't even know. I've never had a problem with Brokerage Plus. The only problems I've ever had with Brokerage Plus, I created myself. So, and that's not to say things haven't gone wrong for other people. It's just, I've never, and I've done some automation. I never automated Holly, but I, tried some of my own automations and stuff. Didn't have any great success with it, but it is what it is. So, all right, I'm going to shut down the regular traders room and just migrate now everything to YouTube. So, how do I do this? Session control. Close. Lock. Okay, lock. Okay. That kicks everybody out. Alrighty, I think we got it. Perfect. Restore the chat over there. I mean, when it was in the beta, I know there was some stuff. The last bug that I'm aware of, the last real bug with Brokerage Plus, was actually users in the UK because of the decimal place, and it was kind of like a combination. It wasn't us necessarily, but either way, anyways, because we use a decimal point and they use a comma, and it was only users in the UK, and this is like 3 years ago, give or take, maybe 2.5 years ago, it was well before I started working here. There were some people that were having fill issues over there with Brokerage Plus and IB, but it was a formatting issue because of decimal places versus comma for that. That was it though. It was my real first introduction to Brokerage Plus. Is I thought I had the magic formula for auto trading, and I was getting ready, and I was going to be a millionaire in like a year. And I went in to automate, and well, that just didn't happen. And all the orders went just as they were supposed to, but I got some crash course lessons in the amount of API data that IB allows to come in and out and things like that. Like, I couldn't figure out why things weren't working after a while, and it was because IB cuts your data off if you use too much data. So, alright, we got 20 minutes and change here. hope everybody had a nice green week. Yeah, always, yeah, start with the sim. And no, yeah, I know it didn't do the allocation, but now you have that allocation to W that you can go for. Yeah, no, exactly, TRD. I've had now it seems to only happen to users in China and Australia for some reason that are using Brokerage Plus. That I've had to have them change the timing format on their computers to our time format in all of it, and have them go with Eastern time because orders weren't going through. IB was rejecting the orders for some reason. I don't know why. And for those that want it, I don't use it, but with this here, some people like this profit continuum at the top. It's a big distraction to me. I like things clean. I generally want less data, or I want the data I want specifically. So, but people like this profit continuum here. It shows where your position is, your positions are in the profit continuum, and how their weighting affects, what makes you green, what makes you not green. I believe the profit continuum just runs for the day, though, is what it does. It's today's profit. I like this nice clean look that's here like this. I just saw this thing with Michael and Sean were sharing something. A guy on Twitter called the Chartist. Um, I was talking the other day about trends, and the trend being your friend. This right here: buy the strongest stocks to avoid the losers. Repeat. I mean, nothing truer than that. The trend is your friend. right, guys, a couple minutes left here, folks, on this crazy week that we just had. I'm curious if anybody is, whoa, something just jumped here on my positions. What just happened? Irene, you must have made that big move. And this is just a simulated account, of course. So, something to take a look at or note or whatever. We've talked about value versus growth a whole bunch, ARKK. Michael Noss was showing this yesterday, or today, excuse me. Talked about this on Trader TV today. And look at that massive engulfing candle that's here, and then this move here. So, could this be a bottom reversal right here? Could that be the bottom for ARK? We'll see. Time will tell. But it could be a sign that a trend reversal is happening. And then TAN, another really big one. I mean, massive engulfing candle here. And then another nice day today. Just a sector that's been destroyed. More than cut in half at this point, or at its lows. You know what I mean? There's over a 50% drawdown there. 50, 52, 53% drawdown. So, big time. So, alright, everybody's going silent on me. Maybe I'm going to peel out of here a couple of minutes early. Might have to do it. Well, thanks, Debbie. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't have anything else going on tonight. My daughter's away in South America till the beginning of next week. I'm gonna stop here, and I'm gonna open up my textbooks and start studying till I collapse. Um, TRD. What do my days look like? I usually get up in between 5 and 5:30 in the morning, my time, on the Eastern time here, and I drink my tea in the morning and all that. That rock climbing guy. No, that rock climbing guy isn't me. Although I do have some rock climbing ambitions. I do like climbing. So yeah, I started in between 5 and 5:30 in the morning, generally speaking. Have some tea. Um, Open up and I start working right away. To be honest with you, I start answering emails. If I pump out emails before, before we get too far in the morning, I I do some studying. I do some reading, and that's really it for me. Um, I try to sneak in some stretching and a short workout, about 5 days a week. So sometimes it's market days, sometimes it's not before the market opens. That's it for me. Um, nothing too crazy. No crazy checklist or anything like that. I think maybe a few years ago I had more of a checklist, and it involved like a lot of journaling and things like that. What the market looked like. Did it look like it was gapping up? Did it look like it was gapping down and stuff like that? Um, just those kinds of things. I know some people have like these big checklists, which are fine. I've been able to always stick to my stop losses. Very rarely have I ever moved a stop loss. Yeah. I never know when Barry's lurking, because we use Slack to communicate. Um, and he just, he'll pop. I know he's here early in the mornings because he opens the room up at 8 o'clock Eastern, which means he's up well before 8 o'clock. But no, my mornings mostly consist of tea, emails, and reading. I used to journal more in the morning. Now I journal at night a lot before going to sleep. And that's it. I lead a boring life. I led a very different life years ago. And then once I got into trading, I became a less interesting person apparently. Yeah, I don't even. I have a thing. I tell people I'm like a plumber or a garbage man or something nowadays. I mean, it's a twofold sword because I get friends and family that are like, oh, what do you think of this stock? What do you think of that stock? And my answer to them is the same as anybody else would say. Well, what do you think of it? I don't know what to tell you. I I don't know what I think about a stock generally speaking until about 10 seconds before I'm planning to enter it and 10 seconds before I'm planning to exit it. So in those few seconds, everything in my mind is made up what direction I'm going with everything. So, um, I have brothers and close cousins and people like that, and nieces and nephews that all, oh, can you teach me? Can you teach me trading? I said, I tell you like I'll tell anybody else. Come to the live streams. There's no better way to learn trading than the way that I learned it. Come be a part of this very free community for a while. You don't need to subscribe to anything. Get out a notebook. Start writing things down. There's free charting software out there to mess around with for a while. You can do all kinds of stuff like that. And if you just have a regular brokerage account, odds are you can use one of their trading apps to bring up charts and things like that. Start drawing on charts, and like anybody else. I can't teach you what you should risk. Nobody can teach us what we should risk. Nobody can tell you you need to risk $100 per trade, or you should buy 100 shares every time you get into a trade. Nobody can tell you what your comfort level is on stock prices. All those things like that. There's things that are just not teachable, and that's all there is to it. So, I mean, I'm telling you, you already know, Debbie. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. And then, like you said, yeah, the boring aspect of it is, people don't. People like us have a different enthusiasm for. I look at charts. I get really excited when I look at charts. Things start jumping out at me. My mind starts, churning. Last night in bed, I actually I shot up out of bed because I had this thought about trying to figure out a way to create inside bars with custom formulas. It didn't work out, but I had a thought about it, and I'm going to continue to poke at it because people keep asking for things like inside bars and outside bars, and we don't compare bars, unfortunately, but I always try to think outside the box. So it's like things are always just, I don't know, this stuff gets me very excited. That's all there is to it. No, you're right, Debbie. Everybody wants they want the magic bullet. They want the easy ride. It's unfortunate. Most people that inquire about trade ideas just want to know how much money they can make by automating Holly, and I try to rescue people from it, saying, look, first off, Holly's great, but trade ideas is so much more than Holly. And while do I think someone can automate Holly and make money? Yes. To what extent they can do it, I don't know. But I think the more knowledge you have on markets in general, the more success you're going to find in automating. But I don't think automating anything, including Holly, isn't simply just setting up the trading instructions and then turning it on every day. There's more that goes into it. Are we in more of a risk-on environment or more of a risk-off environment? Things like that. TRD, I'd send you for reading charts first, just YouTube stuff. YouTube has some great videos on charts. When I first started doing it, I came across random stuff, and then I think that's it, thepatternsight.com. Let me double check here. Yeah. This guy here, he's about as widely respected as they go for charting patterns. Not everything in there is going to be great, you know what I mean? So I think similar what you're trying to do there, what you did in TC2000 JP, is kind of what I'm looking to do. The problem for us is we don't compare bars, we compare time frames. So I'm trying to do almost exactly what you're doing there, I bet. But with time frames instead of those high and lows. Because you're looking at a high and lows of individual bars, I think what it is. But yeah, JP, what you're doing is on track of what I was doing. I didn't get a chance to mess with it too much today. I'm going to play with it over the weekend and see what I can't come back with. Because my biggest thing is I can't stand telling people, no, we can't do that. It's much nicer, first, Stephanie that I work with, she's unbelievable. The stuff that she's come up with custom formulas, she's really, I mean, she's elevated my knowledge of the software so much. It's really unbelievable. Like, I'm just very lucky to work with someone like her. Um, but she's the one that kind of inspired me, and she's helped me along a little bit too with custom formulas. In the sense where she's done some stuff on them and answering tickets, and then sends me the ticket to say, hey, if you want to reference this, this is a good way to do that. So, but yeah, going back to TRD, the pattern site, check that out. It's a good place to look at patterns and things like that. I think there's a lot there. It's where I first started learning a lot of pattern things like that. And just know this, anybody can make up any pattern. I'm going through the CMT text right now, and there's some patterns in there. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I mean, first off, the pattern was tested on one stock over like 6 years. Like, how can, or sure, it's a tradable pattern for this one stock, but it works nowhere else whatsoever. But it's got a whole section in a textbook about it, and I need to know it for a test. So, you take things for what they're worth, and what they're not just what they're worth to individuals, but what they're worth for you. And the other thing, TRD, is just start drawing lines. Like, look, you know, I look at this tan here, and I look at this, and I would say this, going back, you can see this kind of base that happened in here, and look at how that drew right across there, all right? And that was just based on that spike down there. There's nothing else that I saw until I started drawing, and then I noticed, look at that. We came through there, we tested it, we ran back up, we came down, bounced on it, right? Ended up being support for a while, and now we're hovering here in this area, all right? And so what a magnet for price action that area has been. I don't know if there's any real pattern, but I think pivot lines are more important than anything else as far as that stuff goes. So again, just my kind of, my thoughts. So, all right, that'll wrap it up for me here, ladies and gentlemen. And as always, I appreciate the awesome company of everybody. And I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. And we will do this all again next week. All right, take care, everybody. Bye bye.